Welcome, everyone, to the April 7th meeting. We're going to have two executive sessions before our regular meeting. Both will be a half hour long, at least at the moment. They'll plan for that. So the regular meeting will start closer to 6 o'clock, but we'll have the two executive sessions. And so I'd look for a motion to move into the first executive session.
Motion to approve a motion to recess into executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys regarding pending litigation pursuant to KSA 754319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:35 after the executive session is concluded.
Let's do 5:32 because
5:32 after
we're going to try to get two of these through. So second.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Sellos. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye, passes 5-0. We'll be back in 30 minutes. We are back from our first executive session, and do we have a motion?
I move that we direct the city's attorneys to send notices of default to 2 of the city's tenants in accordance with the city's ground leases.
Second.
Second. Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, a second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 4-0. Now we're going to go into a second executive session for 30 minutes, and for those in the crowd, we'll be back at close to 6 o'clock when we'll start the regular meeting. And I look for a motion on the executive session.
Motion to recess into executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys regarding laws and their application to city operations pursuant to KSA 754319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 6:02 after the executive session is concluded.
A second.
Second.
Commissioner, a motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Passes 4-0. We'll be back. You ready, Kurt? Okay, well, coming back from a second executive session, we have nothing to report. We'll get into our regular agenda here, which will start with a few proclamations after Sherry reads our rules.
Good evening, everyone. If you would please silence your cell phones. The primary format for accessing the meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access can't be guaranteed due to potential technology issues. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute, turn on your camera, and state your name and zip code before speaking. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And the next thing on the agenda is to approve the agenda. The city commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve as presented. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sello, second by Commissioner Polian to approve the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, passes 5-0. That takes us to proclamations and presentations, and we have 4 proclamations tonight. And the first is to proclaim the month of April 2026 National Limb Loss and Limb Difference Awareness Month. And Rex is here. Going to say a few words, maybe, get us going before I read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. I want to thank you for this proclamation. We've also had a proclamation signed by the Governor. And so this is very important to our community. I've been a double amputee for 3 years. I've been here in Lawrence close to 30 of those years. So we have several members from our support group at Lawrence Memorial Hospital, and we feel it's a valid Limb Loss Month is in April. And so we wanted to make sure that the City of Lawrence recognized the efforts that the limb loss community, limb different community is facing, and we wanted it recognized. So I thank you for doing that tonight.
Well, absolutely. Appreciate all you and your whole group does. And so I'll read the proclamation. Whereas there are approximately 2.1 million Americans living with limb loss and limb difference. Over 500 Americans lose a limb every day. And whereas approximately 1,000 children are born each year in the United States with congenital limb difference, and 600 children lose a limb to a lawnmower accident every summer. And whereas diabetes, peripheral vascular disease, and trauma are cited as the leading causes of amputation, with approximately 99% of cases being contributed to them. Studies have shown that behaviors such as diabetes management, properly treating wounds, and observing safety procedures can be effective in preventing amputations.
I'm going to turn my video on so they know it's actually me.
We
I
go.
love you.
There we go. It's back on through there. Okay, and whereas the number of Americans living with limb loss difference will rise to over 3.6 million in 2050 unless a major public awareness campaign is launched and key prevention initiatives put in place. And whereas access to appropriate prosthetic care for people living with limb loss is vital to enable individuals to reach their full potential, live independently, and live well. And whereas the Amputee Coalition provides education, support, and advocacy through the National Limb Loss Resource Center for the benefit of persons with limb loss and limb difference, their families, and healthcare providers throughout the United States. April is an appropriate month to designate as Limb Loss and Limb Difference Awareness Month, as spring is a time of renewal and inspiration. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkelstein, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim April 2026 National Limb Loss and Limb Difference Awareness Month in the state of Kansas, and encourage all of its citizens to join in recognizing the importance of this month by celebrating people living with limb loss and limb difference, learning about issues affecting people with limb loss, expressing gratitude to family and caregivers who are a source of support and motivation, and saluting our veterans who have lost their limbs in service to this country or in retirement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I like the one of the, I mean, all of which was important, the whereas about unless we have a major public awareness campaign that's launched to keep prevention initiatives. And so appreciate being a small part of that tonight. So thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you.
Okay, our second proclamation is to proclaim the last weekend of April 2026 as Take Action for Autism Weekend. And we have Lindsay Shika here. Come on up and
Hello.
hello.
My name is Addie Lohman, and I'm going to speak a little bit
Okay.
on behalf of Lindsay, but Lindsay's going to be my emotional support. I'm just kidding. So we're with Easter Seals Midwest. We're a local nonprofit that supports individuals with disabilities, so intellectual and developmental disabilities. April is Autism Acceptance Month, and we are so gracious and thankful for all of you for dedicating the last weekend as Take Action for Autism Weekend. We created this initiative as a way for families in the community to get together to accept those with autism right here in Lawrence. So we're very grateful. Thank you all for helping to get that dedicated for us. We're trying to activate the community with the local businesses in Lawrence to raise critical funds for autism services during that last weekend. So we're hoping to work with those businesses, get the community out to not only support your small business district, but in part support our autism services. So we're very grateful. Thank you very much.
Well, excellent. Thank you so much for Easter Seals and for being here tonight, and I'll read the proclamation. Whereas Lawrence is committed to fostering a community that is inclusive, supportive, and empowering for all individuals, including those with autism, and whereas Easter Seals Midwest, a nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, has been a beacon of hope and assistance for countless families across the region, and whereas the month of April is recognized as Autism Acceptance Month, a time to promote understanding, inclusion, and support of individuals with autism, whereas Take Action for Autism event held on the last weekend of April will serve as a powerful initiative to raise both funds and acceptance for those with autism in Lawrence. And whereas this event, organized and run by Easter Seals Midwest, will bring together individuals, families, and supporters from all walks of life to champion the cause of autism acceptance and awareness. Whereas the funds raised through Take Action for Autism will directly benefit programs and services that empower individuals with autism, enhancing their quality of life and helping them thrive in our community. And whereas the dedication of Easter Seals Midwest and the success of the Take Action for Autism event will have a lasting impact on Lawrence, furthering our commitment to creating an inclusive environment for all. Now therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim the last weekend of April to be Take Action for Autism Weekend here in Lawrence, Kansas. Thank you very much. Appreciate all that you do. The next proclamation is to proclaim the month of April 2026 Child Abuse Prevention Month. We have Bev Turner here.
Good evening.
Hello. Oh, and Paula Martin. Okay.
My name is Bev Turner. I'm the Executive Director of the Children's Advocacy Center of Douglas County, and I'm here with Paula Martin, our Chairman of the Board. Good evening, Mayor Finkeldine and Commissioners and everyone else here in attendance. I would like to thank you for having us tonight and also give you a little bit of information as quickly as possible to stay on time. April is National Child Abuse Prevention Month, when we recognize the importance of families and communities working together to prevent child abuse and neglect. The Children's Advocacy Center of Douglas County coordinates the multidisciplinary team that responds to child abuse reports. Our MDT includes law enforcement, Department for Children and Families, the District Attorney's Office, medical and mental health services, and victim advocates, all working together to support and improve the journey for a child and family when there is a disclosure of child abuse. These professionals work together in a collaborative approach that results in effective, efficient, and improved child-centered outcomes. The CAC provides a safe, child-friendly environment for the forensic interview and an advocate to guide them through the next steps and referrals for medical or mental health services. Over the last few months, the CAC launched an on-site trauma therapy program to better serve children and families by eliminating common barriers such as cost and transportation. This expansion significantly increases access to care, ensuring that children can receive timely, consistent, and specialized mental health services in a safe and familiar environment. The program is staffed by 3 licensed mental health therapists who provide evidence-based trauma-focused treatment, that's a mouthful, to help children process their experiences and begin the healing process. This addition strengthens the CAC's continuum of care by integrating therapeutic services directly within the center. Also, beginning in May 2026, the CAC will further expand these clinical offerings by implementing problematic sexual behavior, cognitive behavioral therapy for children ages 7 to 14 that are exhibiting inappropriate behaviors. This evidence-based group therapy model actively involves caregivers, equipping them with tools to create safe environments, reinforce appropriate behaviors, and support their long-term success. This therapy will be the first of its kind in Douglas County, which allows our families to receive services in their home community. We'd like to thank the City of Lawrence for the past financial support that contributed to the opening of the CAC, as we have now celebrated 5 years of service to over 864 children and caregivers. Today, we are here as a community to honor the courage of the children we serve and encourage all caring adults to report concerns of child maltreatment. It is an adult responsibility to prevent and respond to child abuse. Thanks.
Thank you, and obviously, the CAC has come so far, and it's amazing to think 5 years ago that we didn't have one in our community. Other communities did, but we didn't, and Paula Martin and her group really spearheaded this, but you see it continue to grow under your leadership, Bev, and the whole board. Appreciate that, and certainly been valuable to our community. So I'll read the proclamation. Whereas children are our nation's most vulnerable members, as well as our nation's most valuable resources, helping to shape the future of Lawrence, Kansas. And whereas childhood trauma can have long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects throughout an individual's lifetime and impact future generations of their family. And whereas childhood trauma, including abuse and neglect, is a serious problem affecting every community in the United States, and finding solutions requires input and action from everyone. And whereas protective factors are conditions that reduce or eliminate risk and promote the social, emotional, and developmental well-being of children. And whereas effective child abuse prevention activities succeed because of the partnerships created between child welfare professionals, education, health, community, and faith-based organizations, businesses, law enforcement agencies, and families. And whereas children who live in families with access to concrete economic and social supports are less likely to experience abuse and neglect. And whereas we acknowledge that to solve the public health issue of abuse and neglect, we must work together to center the needs of families, break down bias and barriers, and inspire action from expected and unexpected partners in prevention. Prevention remains the best defense for our children and family. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Thank you. And last, but certainly not least, is we're going to proclaim the week of April 6th as National Public Health Week. Jonathan Smith from the Health Department is going to tell us about all the activities I think you're going to do this week, as well as the week itself.
I was told I have a minute, but I'll be.
I just gave you more than a minute.
So yeah, we use Jonathan Smith. I'm Executive Director at Lawrence Douglas County Public Health. We celebrate public health all the time, but this week is a week for us to celebrate our staff and other public health professionals as well. So the theme for this year's National Public Health Week is Ready, Set, Action. And when I first learned of that, I thought of the phrase, you don't have to get ready if you stay ready, because I think that fits our community perfectly. Our public health system is built to be proactive and not reactive, so staying ready is how we protect health, support well-being, and take action before challenges become emergencies. And I've said this before, also because prevention is cheaper than a crisis. In Lawrence, health with a capital H is all of us, and is delivered every day by the team at Lawrence Douglas County Public Health. We're not your average health department, and we're very proud of that. I think I've told some of you that before. Our work is made possible by exceptional public health team and by strong partnerships with city and county government, healthcare providers, nonprofits, businesses, and community members. National Public Health Week is also a moment to thank the City of Lawrence for its continued investment in the health of our community, not only through the support that you provide to Lawrence Douglas County Public Health, but through the decisions that all of you make almost every Tuesday evening that shape housing, transportation, safety, community, and environmental health. So together, we're all building a healthier Lawrence for everyone. Hope to see some of you all at our annual K Kent luncheon tomorrow. So thank you for this opportunity. Thanks.
And I noticed on your your Facebook page, you're giving out some awards this week, so stay tuned.
Yeah, so if you check out our Facebook page, we have 4 exemplar awards that we give out to not to community members. They're community members, but also staff members who really exemplify our values. So we got that, and then at some point there'll be a picture of us. I was able to join the governor for a proclamation signing for National Public Health Week, and then at our luncheon we're having tomorrow, we're handing out books from the Kansas Health Foundation called Leading for Health. So hopefully y'all get to get a copy. So yeah.
Excellent. Well, I'll read the proclamation. Whereas the first full week of April 2026 is recognized as National Public Health Week, an annual observance that highlights the vital role public health plays in protecting and improving community well-being. And whereas the 2026 National Public Health Week theme, Ready, Set, Action, invites communities to reflect on progress made and to take the next steps needed to create a healthier future. And whereas the City of Lawrence embraces health with a capital H, a vision that goes beyond healthcare to include the policies, systems, and community conditions that allow all residents to feel safe, supported, connected, and able to thrive, recognizing that health is built in our neighborhoods, schools, workplaces, and public spaces. Whereas the Lawrence Douglas County Public Health, in collaboration with the city and the county departments, community organizations, schools, healthcare providers, and residents, leads ongoing work through the community health improvement process to identify shared priorities and strengthen community health. Whereas these efforts are guided by the 10 essential public health services, strengthening how Lawrence understands community needs, promotes and protects health, supports preventions, prepares and responds to public health challenges, engages partners, and continually improves public health systems, helping build a resilient and thriving community for the future. And whereas National Public Health Week provides an opportunity to recognize and thank public health professionals for their dedication and service, while encouraging continued collaboration and shared responsibility for community health. Now therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim the week of April 6, 2026 as National Public Health Week, and I encourage all Lawrence residents to take part by supporting Lawrence Douglas County Public Health and public health professionals and communities they serve. Thank you so much. Okay. Well, now that takes us to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. First, I'll ask the commissioners if there's any items the commissioners would like to pull from the consent agenda.
I asked Sherry for D6A, but I meant D5A. So
Yeah.
apologies on that.
It was D6A, but when we moved another item.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And I'm sorry, I wasn't able to get it moved before.
Oh, no problem.
Which one?
It's the D5A.
D5A. Okay. And any members of the public like to pull the quasi-judicial? Those 3 quasi-judicial, they all relate to the 65-acre annexation and rezoning. Any member of the public like to pull the quasi-judicial items?
Yes.
Okay. I think if we've pulled that, we should probably go ahead and pull the annexation, just so we keep those together. And the annexation is,
D8, no,
help me where that is. That would-
D8B.
D8B.
Yep, go on.
D8 what?
D8B, D8B,
Thank you. D,
sorry, I'm on
8B.
the wrong side.
yes. No, you're on the right side.
Okay,
Here you
all
go.
right.
Okay, so let's pull those 2 from the 3 from the consent agenda. I guess there's 4 now, all of D9A. Okay, so I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of D5A, D8B, and then D9A, B, and C. I assume you want all 3 pulled, so we'll pull all 3 of those just to have them all together. There'll be a motion for that approval.
Move to approve consent with the exceptions of D5A, D8B, and D9 in its entirety.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sellers, a second by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor say aye.
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 passes 5-0. We're going to take up D5A, and then we'll bring up the other item. D5A first, Vice Mayor Courtney.
Can I just ask questions? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Gotcha.
Come on in.
Yeah, so this one's about the work that's about to happen on 19th Street, between 19th and 23rd on Larned Street. So a question for city staff is, so what is the expectation for those residents on the disruption caused by that project? Is this going to turn Larned into a single-lane road? Could you help me understand what this would look like for them when they eventually ride into the city?
Sherry, can you pull Chris over?
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
It just takes a second, but
Hello.
he should be, yep, he's on. Chris, did you hear that question?
I think I caught some of it, but for Vice Mayor Courtney, if you wouldn't mind repeating. I'm sorry, as I was rejoining, I think I lost you.
Yeah, no problem. So the question is, so in the past 2 months, there was also the ditch clearing project between 19th and 23rd on Larned Street. So what is, for this new project, the one that's putting in the sewer line, what's the expectation for those residents on the disruption caused by this project? Is this going to turn Larned into a single-lane road? And just help me understand what that's going to look like for them in the upcoming months.
Yeah, so for a little history on this project, what we're embarking on with this City Commission item is to award a water main replacement contract for to replace an existing water main that's along Leonard Avenue from 19th to 23rd. It's been the source of repeated breaks. I can think of 5 pretty quickly, the most recent of which was in February of this year, and that's what's prompted some of the ditch work that's happening now. Essentially, with that break that happened in February, we had quite a bit of material washout, and we found that many of the ditches had a significant amount of sediment in them that was preventing them from flowing. So that is what prompted this work, the ditch work project that city staff and a city contractor are doing presently. This would be a separate project where, again, we're looking to replace that water line, hopefully to prevent these sort of more catastrophic breaks once the work is done. So Leonard Avenue is a very narrow roadway without curbs. So the way that the project was bid, it included a traffic control plan that references an NMUTCD standard, a standard traffic control plan, which would, in the vicinity of the work to be done, would reduce traffic to one way. So likely during the day, there would be some flagging by construction staff. And then we would also have signage that would indicate those who are on the side where the work is occurring. They would have a sign to yield to oncoming traffic. And then we would have road closed through traffic on either end of Leonard, really trying to keep just local residents so they could go north or south on Leonard Avenue to reach 19th or 23rd. So that's the intent as it was designed.
Yeah, I think in the note it said that original line was from like 1957 or something like that. Like it's.
Yes, it's quite old, and unfortunately, once things start to take off, they can go kind of quickly. And this being such a long stretch of road, there's not a cross street between 19th and 23rd. We're not able to feed mid-block anywhere, so any break takes out quite a few people. So that's been one of the driving factors for getting this work done.
And so that the anticipation for people who live there is people will be doing the work, they'll be on the road, they'll have to drive around them, but it's not going to be that the whole road is just one way, north and south.
Correct. We're thinking that the contractor will be able to phase the work so that they'll get likely a couple hundred feet where they get the new water line in service. And then the work is to be bored as opposed to open cut. So you won't see like a long trench the entire stretch of Leonard Avenue. Instead, we would be have a trench where the bore machine sits, another trench where the pipe to be installed is being pulled through. And then at each service, we'd have smaller excavations to connect each home from the old main to the new main. So that's kind of a little bit of how the project will be laid out during construction.
Okay. And then there was another thing in the note I think it would just be good for the public to know. It says there's special conditions for the World Cup between May 16th and June 19th. Could you just describe that, please?
Yeah, so during the World Cup period, a number of MSO projects are including a similar project special condition, which is an effort to limit impacts to arterial roadways during the World Cup the World Cup season. So this project is anticipated to have work that occurs on 19th Street. Mostly that will be on the north side of 19th Street, where we have some existing transmission main infrastructure, as well as some storm sewer infrastructure to be replaced. So it's our intent in the design to have the lanes narrowed and shifted south so that we're able to work without closing any lanes on 19th Street. That's our intention. And then in addition to that, we're not allowing any work on 19th Street to be performed during that period where we're anticipating additional folks in town for the World Cup, that being the May 16th through July 19th.
Yeah, and then just final question for you. When the citizens who live on Larned between 19th and 23rd during the ditch project, was this also communicated that this was going to be happening halfway through the year, or is it because there's been so many breaks, this sort of had to be sped up?
So for the ditch project that's happening now, I do not know that. It's my understanding that residents were provided a project fact sheet that included some contact information for folks. I don't believe that included that this other project will be coming later. Certainly with this project, we will provide a project fact sheet to those who are residents and property owners along the corridor. I've certainly spoken with some folks. Each of these breaks is quite disruptive and gets people, I guess, on the reverse asking questions, when will you be back to replace this main so we don't have this problem again? So I certainly have heard from residents in that respect and have provided updates to those who've asked, but I'm not sure that would have made it in the earlier fact sheet, but they'll certainly be getting one closer to when we start. That's sort of a moving target. Some of the larger valves take a while to procure, so it will likely be after that July 19th date before we start in earnest.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other questions from commissioners? Any member of the public would like to speak on this particular item? Seeing none here. Anyone online?
No, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back to the commission for comments or motions.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, I just think anything we can do for citizens to know that there's multiple projects happening within a short given period of time, and that we can communicate that, I think that would be beneficial for them. I mean, when this initial one happened, we all heard from them, Mr. Elston, who live over there, who've reached out to us multiple times, and, various families. And so anything I think we could do now while this current project's going on, just to set the expectation that there's another project that's right on its heels, I think would be good for those citizens who live over there.
Okay. How about a motion?
Motion. Consider awarding bid number CIFB 26000013 for the Larned Avenue 19th to 23rd Street Waterline Improvement Project, and authorizing the city manager to execute the construction contract with Scheutz Construction LLC in the amount of $2,163,985.
So second.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. And now I think we have the couple of the items, the annexation, and then 3 rezonings related to the project. And I don't know if Luke is on. Maybe, Luke, we don't probably need a full presentation, but maybe set the stage for those watching, and then we'll have the members of the public who pulled it come make those statements, and then we'll go from there.
Good evening, Commissioners. Luke Mortensen, Planner of Planning and Development Services. This is a proposed annexation of approximately 65 acres and 3 corresponding zoning requests. So an applicant must request city zoning status at the time of annexation. We like to send them to you all as a package so that you may consider them all together. They are 4 separate items, obviously. We are looking at 2 residential districts, 1 area of R1, 1 area of R2, and then 1 non-residential district, the P2 district. So those are our 2 lowest density residential districts, and then our civic and open space district. I will rely on the staff reports and happy to answer any other questions, but that's the 30,000-foot view of these 4 items.
Just the one question, we got some questions about road layouts and subdivisions. Is that part of this at the moment, or is that yet to come?
Good question. So that is not part of tonight's consideration. What will happen next, if the city commission approves it, the applicant would submit the first step of the major subdivision process. The major subdivision process is a 2-step process that is comprised of the preliminary plat and the final plat. The preliminary plat is when the applicant would begin to lay out the lots, the blocks, and the rights of way, and that would go to the Planning Commission for its approval. The final plat would be administratively approved normally. However, in this case, since there would be dedication of road right-of-way, easement, and that sort of thing, then it would come back before this body, the City Commission, for your consideration and acceptance of those rights-of-way and those easements.
And would part of that process possibly include traffic studies and eventually public improvement plans?
That's correct. So public improvement plans, PIPs for short, those would be required to be approved before any final plat could be recorded down at the Douglas County Register of Deeds. And yes, during the major subdivision process is when our MSO folks will do their traffic review, their stormwater review, their downstream sanitary sewer analyses. Those are all going to be part of the major subdivision process.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions for Luke at the moment?
How long does this process take? As far as everything you just described, Luke?
Yeah, it depends on commission agendas and how many rounds of review are required, but we kind of have a rough timeline that we like to give people. Let me pull that up here. Every case is different. So for a major subdivision, typically anywhere between maybe 12 and 16 weeks. That's kind of a broad timeline. But what that does is that gets you on your planning commission, that gets you on your city commission. And as you know, based on your planning commission submittal date is when you get to go to city commission. So we haven't actually received any major subdivision application at this point. So I could not give you the date that the preliminary plat would go back to city commission, or excuse me, would go to the planning commission, and then when it would end up back with you. But it's typically a 12 to 16 week process, like I said, depending on how many rounds of review go back and forth, and then commission agendas.
Okay, thank you.
And that'd be after it's submitted, which it hasn't been submitted yet.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Randy has a...
Yes.
Oh, ex parte.
Ex parte communication. Yes.
As soon as Randy raised his hand, we knew what he was going to say. Okay, right before we'll call you guys up in just a second, before we do that, we have to disclose any ex parte communications related to these matters. The only communications I have had were emails sent related to this project to all of us, some related to Dole Road and a few related to the project itself. But that's all I've received. No other communications.
Just in regards to different aspects of the project.
Yep, same. That's what I've received too.
Same.
Are those emails in the packet of materials that are on the agenda? Have they been included? Do we know?
I think they were emailed to everybody. Yeah, let's see. And many of them are very similar to the ones that were in the Planning Commission packet. But the ones, I thought the ones we received, I know we all received them, but I can't remember. Yeah, I'm seeing a couple we received right here.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so Randy has a question. If there wasn't, do we forward them after the fact? Could they be added to?
We would add them after the fact, yes.
And Mike, did you have any ex parte?
I don't recall seeing anything outside of what you just discussed.
Okay. Okay, now, members of the public, you have 3 minutes each if you'd like to speak on this item.
Yes.
Yep, sure.
Three minutes is a kind of a short, too short. If there are not too many, I think you should give us a little more time because I am representing like 15 people here.
We appreciate that, but we have to treat everyone fairly all the time, so 3 minutes.
No, that's precisely the point I'm saying because there's a lot of time has been spent and given from the commission side, but from the public side, I think we request you a little more because it's a little hard to articulate these things in 3 minutes. I will try. Dear City Commission, I'm representing several of my neighbors here. They cannot be here and they have appointed me to go here. We want to express our grave concern regarding the agenda today about rezoning. Keep in mind that no traffic studies have been done prior to zoning, which is a cart before the horse approach. I'll go point by point how this is going to be devastating for the neighborhood. 1, this development permanently removes a critical forest buffer. The property is a mature, contiguous forest that currently serves as a natural northern boundary of the city. Once roads, grading, and utilities are installed, the forest ecosystem cannot be recreated even if open space remains. Fragmenting the forest into small P2 parcels does not preserve wildlife habitat or ecological function. 2, open space zoning does not guarantee environmental protection. P2 zoning does not require preservation of old growth trees. Wildlife corridors are natural forest structure. Ownership and maintenance of the P2 land are undefined. It may remain private, be minimally maintained or altered later. The P2 areas appear to be leftover land after lot and road layouts, not intentionally conserved land. 3, significant risk of stormwater runoff and downstream impacts. There are many points here. The existing forest absorbs rainfall and stabilizes soil. Replacing it with rooftops, pavement, and compacted ground will increase runoff, erosion, and flooding risk for the existing neighborhoods. Once grading occurs, stormwater impacts are irreversible, regardless of future studies or mitigation promises. 4, traffic impacts are being deferred until after key decisions. Number 1 here, rezoning and annexation approved density before a full traffic impact study is completed. Roads such as North Dole Drive and North 1700 Road were not designed to serve subdivision level traffic. 3, residents are being asked to trust future studies after zoning rights are already granted. 5, extension of North Dole Drive changes neighborhood character. North Dole Drive currently functions as a neighborhood street. This project converts it into a thorough collector, increasing traffic, noise, and safety concerns. This fundamentally changes the expectations of homeowners who built and bought into a quiet, closed neighborhood. 6, inadequate protection for Lawrence Nature Park. Homes and roads are proposed immediately adjacent to the park boundary. Development brings increased foot traffic, noise, lighting, pets, invasive species, and stormwater discharge.
Time.
Yeah, I'm very sorry to say that this is not enough, and this is completely, I think, a little unfair.
Thank you very much. We have you.
I understand if this was done behind the houses, you will not do this.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Frank Kelly. I'm here with my wife, Sherry Varvel, and we live on North 1700 Road, which is just to the east of the proposed development. We are on the west edge of Lawrence Nature Park, so our house is in between the nature park and the proposed development. And we think this development is a bad idea, both for its disruption of wildlife migrations through the area and because of the effect on the terrain and the waterway. There's a tributary of Baldwin Creek that crosses our little road, 1700N. That creek will probably be disrupted. The riparian areas that surround it will be disrupted. That's not a good thing. I also don't know if the environmental effects have been studied and presented to you. They were not at the Planning Commission meeting, which the Planning Commission approved the project. So the other thing is putting Dole Road north across our little one-lane gravel road is a terrible idea. Dole Road does not need to go through there. There's no reason for that. Why make that a collector street when, as Perna said, it's now a closed neighborhood that you can go right back to Wakarusa on, just a few blocks away? It would be disruptive to our environment and to Lawrence Nature Park environment. Also, quote, improving 1700N into a paved road would mean that there'd be a lot of traffic coming down that road, and it'd still be a dead end, and then that gives rise to a lot of mischief that happens down dead-end roads. You probably know about this. It's not a surprise that dead-end roads are where people go to carry on illegal and irresponsible activities. So we don't find anything positive about this proposal, and we hope that you guys will not rubber stamp it. I don't think it does anything to help the housing shortage in Lawrence. If all the houses are $500,000 or more, that's not going to help the low-income housing needs of Lawrence. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Other comments in the room? How about online?
We do have one.
Bring it back to the commission and
Sorry, Mayor, I said we do have one.
Oh, you do? I thought you said you do not.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I
Apologize.
misunderstood you. Sorry.
That's right, Julie Jones.
Julie Jones, 66047. I'm just curious, and maybe I'm way too early in the game on this, if the builder has already put their bid in the hat or has been selected to build this development. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay.
That's all the comments.
Oh. Bring it back to the commission. And Luke, I guess I would confirm again that the decision on whether or not Dole Road goes through or does not go through, or what the road looks like, there'll be two more public hearings on that. One, a preliminary plat, and then we'll have the final decision when we accept the roads, right?
So North Dole Drive and North 1700 Road are identified by the major thoroughfares map within the Transportation 2050 plan as collector streets. So those have been identified and incorporated into kind of long-range and comprehensive planning documents at that collector street level. I will just note that the North Dole Drive, the existing portion, that was platted via the Westwood Hills 8th subdivision plat in 2015. That temporary cul-de-sac was platted as a temporary cul-de-sac. That is not a permanent platted cul-de-sac. That it has been the understanding that there would be a connection between North Dole Drive and North 1700 Road at some point in the future. That is why those temporary cul-de-sac signs exist at the end of North Dole Drive at its present location. So yes, the actual schematics of the road layout will be reviewed by our MSO department during the plating stage. They will be approved as part of the preliminary improvement plan or public improvement plans. And again, like I said, the public improvement plans must be approved before any plating document can be recorded at the Douglas County Register of Deeds.
I think Julie's question, it's not necessarily the same as the builder, but I believe, is Adam Williams and his entity that is the developer of this?
Yes, Adam Williams has been working, the applicant was technically Land Plan, but Adam Williams and Land Plan is working as applicants of these specific applications. To my knowledge, I don't know anything about a builder yet for this project.
Okay. Other questions?
Yeah, two questions for me. So this area right here, this is in Perry-LeCompton School. It's in 343, not 497?
That's correct.
And the other question, if we go through this, Lawrence Nature Park, part of it is obviously going to be incorporated into this annexation. And so, and this may be before your time, so, if we have to have somebody else answer it, how do we take, like when Prairie Park was built, or like Dad Perry Park was built, what do we tell the community, or how do we talk about these parks as they're incorporated into a larger type development? Or what does that look like?
I don't know if I can confidently answer that question. I will just note for clarification, the Lawrence Nature Park is already located within the city of Lawrence, so that the park itself is not part of this annexation request.
Yeah, no, I know. We got some questions. There was mention about Baldwin Creek. There was, I take my kids over there.
It's adjacent, not part of it.
It's adjacent, and what are we going to do as a city to make sure that green space that's part of Lawrence Nature Park, I don't want to say fits in, but isn't crushed under all this? Do you understand sort of what I'm trying to get at?
And some of part of a zoning application or annexation application, it's no longer a requirement, but it is helpful. Applicants can submit kind of preliminary plans, preliminary ideas, and it gives staff and members of the public a sense of what's coming or what could come. And as part of the applicant's preliminary kind of plans, there was a connection to the Lawrence Nature Park. So there would be an extension of N1700 Road with a new off-street parking area for the western portion of the Lawrence Nature Park. That was one of the identified community benefits as part of the annexation. I can't speak for the applicant, but as it was presented to staff was, the park would be kind of, access to the park could be incorporated into the future subdivision.
Because when we come up with the benefit for this annexation, as this goes forth to the Planning Commission, it's on the City Commission to help determine that, right? Or do they put their 2 cents in for that first before we get it, like you were saying, in 12 to 16 weeks?
So now would be a good time to have a discussion about the community benefit. That it would be during this annexation piece. And so in the staff report, we identify a couple of community benefits. So the P2 districts could be dedicated to the city as parkland. The second off-street parking area constructed for the Lawrence Nature Park. For the last several years, the commissions have considered, the addition of residential lots as a community benefit to itself. That's been a big discussion point these last few years. So in the staff report, we identify all of those, and then there was a discussion about that at the Planning Commission.
Yeah, I'll jump in there and say, that has been this idea of whether or not lots are, residential lots are a community benefit, and previous to this, previous to the current commission, we've help direct that is, we consider that a community benefit. And so, obviously, as Luke said, if that's something this commission wouldn't consider, or we don't think there's enough community benefit in this plan, that would be obviously something we could take up here. But, as I read the report, I felt good about the community benefits we were getting, as well as that parking lot to access the other end of the park. I've been to that park from the one end, but to be able to get there from the other end and have some access to it, I think will be a benefit as well. Other comments, questions? I mean, I certainly understand the issues, related to the road and related, to the traffic studies, and I know it's not a, it's a difficult process, and we hear it a lot that the stormwater study, the environmental study, the public improvement plans, the traffic plans, all of that comes later in the process, not at this part of the process. But getting the land into the city and getting the zoning in place then allows the rest of those studies to go forward and then, make those considerations. And certainly I think, whether or not Dole Street should be a collector road, how we incorporate some issues with the Baldwin Creek and some of the nature area there and how we protect those, I think are all important parts of the process yet to come. But generally speaking, I'm very excited about the public benefit of having additional homes, and I do think adding additional single-family homes, no matter what the price point, and will be a benefit to the city. So I'm going to support the annexation and the zonings. Other comments, motions?
Yeah, I'm gonna support it too. But as we do go through this process, I would like to see Lawrence Nature Park take on more of a unique park within the city. And so, the benefit district of having the lots, I can see that. But, if we're looking at this piece of green space that definitely is unique north of Bower Creek Road over here, we have the eastern entrance to it. We have a western entrance. I think that could be something that could help new families who are looking to live inside this new community really connect, with this neighborhood. I mean, to me, it really does seem similar to what's happening over at Prairie Park. And it also seems very similar to Dad Perry Park around Harvard Street. So, as we continue that community benefit conversation, I'm very interested to, what we can do to really up our game at Lawrence Nature Park and make that, one of the marquee jewels of the city when it comes to green space.
I would note as a part of that process, I've had several conversations with folks that, North Forks Road there on the east side of how you get to that area is a county, is a half county, half city road. So there's no sidewalk along there. So if you're trying to reach the park by walking to it, you're walking on, there's no sidewalk once you pass Monterey going up there, and that there'd be people who'd like to have the city put a sidewalk there, and I'm like, well, it's not in the city, it's in the county, and it's a partially county road, so that's something to talk about going forward as we think about that area.
Would that be part of this, or would that be like a CIP?
That'd be different, I think, and again, if you ever look at that map of Folks Road, there's quite a few houses there that are not in the city on the east side.
Mm-hmm.
Bow Brook, I think, or Bow, whatever that is in the city now. But that road itself, I think, is a county road, if I understand that correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, other comments? If not, we have 4 different motions to make. We have the D8B and then the 3 and D9A.
So D8B, B, motion to approve annexing A25002, approximately 65 acres located at 1008 North 1700 Road and 1032 North 1700 Road, based on the findings presented in the staff report, and adopt on first reading ordinance number 10204.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Pullian. All those in favor say aye.
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 Passes 5-0. D9A.
D9A, okay. Motion to approve the request to rezone Z25-0018, approximately 39.4 acres from Douglas County AG1 Agricultural District and Douglas County AG2 Transitional Agricultural District to R2 Residential Low Density 2 District for portions of the properties currently addressed as 1002 North 1700 Road and 1032 North 1700 Road, based on the findings presented in the staff report and adopted on first reading, ordinance number 10205.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
D9B, okay. Motion to approve the request to rezone Z25-0022, approximately 6.6 acres from Douglas County AG1 Agricultural District to R1 Residential Low Density 1 District for a portion of the property currently addressed as 1032 North 1700 Road, based on the findings presented in the staff report, and adopt on first reading ordinance number 10206.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Motion to approve the request to rezone Z25-0023, approximately 19.1 acres from Douglas County AG1 Agricultural District and Douglas County AG2 Transitional Agricultural District to P2 Open Space District for portions of the properties currently addressed as 1002 North 1700 Road and 1032 North 1700 Road, based on the findings presented in the staff report, and adopt on first reading ordinance number 10207.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor say aye.
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 Passes 5-0. Thank you very much on that. That brings us to the regular agenda item, and regular agenda item 1 is the Community Satisfaction Survey results. And there's no action required, but we're going to have a presentation on that. And Corey looks like she gets to present that.
I'll move this up a little bit. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hey.
My name is Corey Wallace, and I serve the city as our Director of Communications and Community Relations. And I'm here tonight as the champion for our community engagement commitment, which is really rooted in a simple but important idea, that the best decisions we make as a city are informed by the people that we serve. Over the past year, we've really been intentional about strengthening how we listen. We're still working to center the lived experiences of residents. We want to create healthier spaces for civic dialogue, and we want to meet people where they already are. We are continuing to expand our community engagement efforts, and that work shows up in a lot of ways, but tonight it shows up in data. We're pleased to share the results of the National Community Survey, which is known by our community as the Community Satisfaction Survey. So you might hear it referred to in either of those ways. It's a statistically valid representative look at how Lawrence residents experience livability, their quality of life, and local government. This is one of the most important tools we have to ground our work in community voice, not assumptions, and our goal is to increase the deployment of this particular tool to become a biannual occurrence. That's every other year. The last time we did a survey of this type was in May of 2022, and we've expanded our efforts to do more flash or of-the-moment surveys. There's also a survey instrument that lives on our website 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. To guide us through the results of the National Community Survey, we're joined by two outstanding partners from Polco. Our partners from Polco have worked with us for more than a year. First, I'd like to introduce Sonia Whitnick, Executive Vice President of Data and Insights, who brings nearly 3 decades of experience helping governments across the country turn resident feedback into actionable strategy. And Logan Kirk, Senior Customer Success Manager. Logan has been my partner for more than a year, who has guided dozens of communities through this exact process, from survey design to final reporting. He helps us ensure the data is both rigorous and useful. Together, the three of us would like to walk you through what we're hearing from our community, how Lawrence compares to national benchmarks, and where we have opportunities to focus moving forward. This will help us inform a number of items in the future, so kind of put a pin in what you hear tonight and what you've reviewed in your packet. It includes an opportunity to explore upcoming strategic planning processes, community conversations around priorities, as well as the work we deliver to speak to needs expressed in numerous research instruments, including the community survey we discussed tonight. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Sonia. Both of them are joining us virtually to ensure efficiency, so you'll see them on your screens.
Thank you so much, Corey, for that introduction, and also for providing really thoughtful and important input and feedback throughout this whole process. We really greatly enjoyed working with the city and value your partnership. So as Corey mentioned, I'm the Executive Vice President of Data and Insights at POLCO, and I've been working with local governments to do research for the past 20 years. So I'm very excited to be here to present a summary of your community results. Just a little on POLCO, we provide tools to empower resident voices and visualize community metrics through surveys, data analytics, benchmarking processes, and simulations for budgets and prioritizations. Before we dive in, I want to emphasize that there's a variety of ways these survey results can be used. Most commonly, the survey data will inform your budgeting processes and strategic plans, as Corey mentioned. And as the survey is repeated, trends of resident opinion will be monitored over time. So outcomes can be measured and priorities can be adapted to meet resident needs and your city goals. The survey is a foundation for future work and for continued research.
Just checking, you see the PowerPoint at the same time?
That's a great question, Mayor. Sonia, have you shared your PowerPoint slides yet?
I have. I'm very sorry.
No, it's okay. Don't be sorry. Well, we just want to figure out how we can see those. So sit down.
Okay, let me look at how I shared. Oh, you know what? I clicked it and didn't follow through.
Okay.
No, I'm just gonna
Great. Thank you for asking. Yep.
Just checking. Okay, great.
Fantastic. Thanks.
Thanks. Now I can actually see it up on your screens as well. Yeah. Okay, so just to say that POLCO provides tools to empower resident voices. And that here's a few of the things that we use those city surveys for, as mentioned. Now back to where I was. The National Community Survey, or the NCS, or your community survey, is a standardized 5-page comprehensive survey. It's used to assess resident opinion about the community and local government. And the NCS survey questions are categorized into 10 facets of community livability. So it provides a holistic picture of the city from the perspective of your residents. These facets have been identified through extensive research as the most impactful to quality of life. There are many survey items related to each facet, and the facets align with municipal departments, making it easy for staff to quickly find information that is the most relevant to their specific work. How a survey is conducted really matters, and we use our expertise to ensure that your results are representative. We select our sample without bias, oversample under-responders, and then make statistical corrections for common response disparities, such as older adults responding in higher proportions than younger. A U.S. Postal Service list of all households in relevant zip codes was compared to GIS boundary files from your city, and 4,000 randomly selected households received mailings beginning January 2nd this year. The survey remained open for 6 weeks. The first mailing was a postcard with a QR code and a URL to do the survey online. The next mailing included a cover letter, a paper survey, and a postage-paid return envelope for those who prefer to do it on paper rather than digitally. The survey was available in English and Spanish with instructions in both languages for how to complete it. A total of 405 completed surveys were received from these efforts, providing a response rate of 10% and a margin of error of plus or minus 5%, which is our gold standard for these types of surveys. Demographics of respondents were compared to the most recent census data, and then the responses were statistically weighted, which is a survey research best practice to help improve representativeness. To ensure that everyone in the community could participate, in addition to this randomly selected probability sample, a link to an online community-wide open participation survey was published by the city. The survey was open to all residents for 2 weeks starting in January 30th, and 201 responses were received. Respondents to this open participation survey were required to provide their email address and zip code to submit their response. This serves as a layer of protection to help ensure only residents of Lawrence are responding to the survey. Additionally, those respondents were added to the city's subscriber panel with Polco so that they can be notified for future surveys that the city might conduct through that Polco platform. Those would be those pulse surveys that Corey is mentioning. Do note that the provided email address are not shared with city officials, nor are they associated with the survey responses themselves. All responses remain confidential, anonymous, and no personally identifiable information is shared. This presentation is based on the 405 responses from the random sample, the mail-based survey. The responses to the open participation survey are provided separately in the full report. So before we get into the results, I just have 2 additional areas to provide some background on. I spoke broadly about demographic weighting, but a little more detail right here. As a reminder, the primary objective of weighting is to ensure that respondents reflect the whole community. The weighting process involves an iterative, multiplicative ranking model known as the Ames weighting algorithm. The table here shows the results of that weighting scheme. This is just a portion of the ratings table, and the full table can be viewed in the methods section of the full report. To help understand this table, I'd like to highlight the 3 columns on the right side. The first column shows the unweighted proportion of respondents. That is the demographic makeup of respondents before we weight. The next column is the weighted proportion of respondents, the demographic makeup after weighting is applied. And finally, that last column is the target, or the actual demographic makeup of residents of Lawrence, Kansas, as reported by the most recent ACS and US Census data. Thanks to the number of responses received, as well as the demographic makeup of those responses, in every demographic category for which weighting was performed, the weighted results met that target. So one of the advantages to a local government of participating in Polco's community surveys is the opportunity to compare your ratings to those from other communities across the nation. NRC was the first organization to conceive and create benchmarks of public opinion for local governments, and we're very proud to say that we now have 400 communities in this database. This allows you to compare your service ratings to ratings from other communities and give you a little more context when you're looking at the results. Lawrence received comparisons to that entire benchmark database, and I'll refer to that as a national benchmark, but also opted to receive a custom benchmark comparison to a subset of communities in the West North Central Census region with a median household income between $54,000 and $80,000. So more similar communities. I'll refer to these as the custom benchmarks. There is a ton of information in your report, including cross-tabulations by geography and demographics. We can't cover it all here, so I'm going to point out main themes and then invite you to dig deeper into the report. First, we'll look at high-level results. In the survey, we have 2 questions that ask directly about those 10 facets of community livability. The first asks residents to rate the quality of each. Quality questions were asked on a 4-point scale where the respondent could choose excellent, good, fair, or poor. We consider excellent and good to be positive ratings. For the ease of presentation and comparison, the percent excellent or good is shown here and throughout the presentation. We also show the comparison to the national benchmark with shading in the bars of the chart. Here we see that Lawrence is similar to other communities in 6 of the 10 facets. Lawrence exceeds the benchmark for overall quality of education, arts, and culture, and is below the national benchmark for overall safety, parks and recreation, and the economy. The second question refers to those same 10 facets of livability, but it is centered on how important residents think it is for the community to focus on each facet for the coming 2 years. We ask about both quality and importance of each of these facets so we can have context by creating quality importance comparison that we're going to see on the next slide. But here we see that Lawrence residents generally align with the nation on what they think is most important to focus on, but are a little less likely than others to say that you should focus on community design in the next 2 years. We use this chart, which is also included in the report, to help identify areas of relatively higher importance and lower quality to residents. This chart is one of many ways to interpret your data, but helps communities determine which areas may need additional focus or resource allocation in the coming years, and which others are performing well by comparison. Here, there is a clear gap between the quality and importance of the economy. Other gaps are pretty small, and looking at education, arts, and culture, your gap is actually positive, with quality outpacing importance. Of the 123 items for which residents provided evaluative ratings, 7 ratings received higher marks than the national benchmark, 97 received similar ratings, and 19 received lower ratings. Ratings are considered similar if they were within 10 points of the national average, and higher or lower if they are more than 10 points different from that average. Higher items were related to arts and culture and public transportation, and lower items were related to the economy, safety, and governance. Looking at that custom set of benchmarks, those communities in your region with similar median incomes, of those items, 12 received higher ratings, 95 received similar ratings, and 16 received ratings that were lower than that custom benchmark. Higher rated items were related to arts and culture, visitor amenities, civic pride, and public transportation. Lower were related to the economy, governance, growth, and development. Although we should also note that overall community design facet was of lower importance to residents. Also note that safety was similar to your custom benchmark, while lower than the national. Moving now into the highlights of our findings, we're going to dig a little deeper on a few of the items that stood out to us. Arts and cultures shine in Lawrence. Related to the city's target outcome of having an unmistakable identity, survey ratings for education, arts, and cultures were top of the line. More than 8 in 10 gave high marks for the community's support for the arts, as well as overall opportunities for education, culture, and arts, both of which ranked higher than the national and the custom benchmarks. Around 3/4 of residents said opportunities to attend cultural arts and music activities were excellent or good, again, ranking higher than both benchmarks. And around 7 in 10 residents had positive ratings for opportunities to attend special events and festivals, which was similar to the national, but higher than the custom benchmark. Visitor amenities were also very highly rated. The overall quality of business and service establishments was given excellent or good ratings by more than 8 in 10 respondents. And about 7 in 10 said the same for Lawrence as a place to visit and the vibrancy of downtown, both of which ranked higher than custom benchmarks, while the latter also ranked higher than the national average. Around 6 in 10 gave positive ratings to the variety of business and service establishments, as well as shopping opportunities in Lawrence, and the latter was higher than custom benchmarks. Residents shared several concerns related to local governance. Residents were asked to rate areas of local government performance, and several of those items rank lower than the national and custom benchmark averages. While results for Lawrence government treating residents with respect and resident involvement in local decision-making fell in line with national averages, ratings for treating all residents fairly, as well as informing residents about issues facing the community, both ranked lower than the national average. Items that ranked lower than both the national and custom benchmark included ratings for Lawrence government being honest, open, transparent to the public, generally acting in the best interest of the community, and overall confidence in the Lawrence government. Lawrence residents are engaged in their communities. More than 8 in 10 residents offered high marks for the opportunities to volunteer, which was higher than both national and custom benchmarks. Around 7 in 10 gave positive reviews of opportunities to participate in social events and activities, as well as a sense of civic and community pride, which ranked higher than the custom benchmark. Overall engagement in these types of activity was also high. Reported participation in volunteering in Lawrence, as well as campaigning or advocating for a local issue, cause, or candidate, both ranked higher than the national and custom benchmark averages. Lawrence residents are concerned about the economy. While we're seeing economic concerns growing in almost all communities nationwide, Lawrence residents have deeper concerns about economic health and affordability. About 1/3 of respondents gave positive ratings for the overall economic health of Lawrence, ranking lower than the national and custom benchmarks. A similar proportion of residents positively rated the variety of housing options and economic development services. Around 3 in 10 respondents gave positive ratings for well-planned residential growth, as well as employment opportunities, the first of which ranked lower than both national and custom benchmarks, while the latter ranked similar to national and lower than custom benchmarks. About 2 in 10 had positive sentiments for the cost of living in Lawrence, and only 1 in 10 were content with availability of affordable quality housing, both of which rank lower than our benchmarks. Residents felt safe in their neighborhoods, but they had some overall concerns. If we can quickly recall the earlier slide that showed us the quality importance ratings of the 10 facets of livability, the facet of safety ranked third in importance among those facets. Public safety is one of the most important responsibilities of local governments, and we hope that the data collected in the survey provides guidance and a means to measure progress over time in the city's efforts towards its goal to make people feel safe and secure in their community. Speaking to the results shown here, 2/3 of respondents gave excellent or good ratings to their overall feeling of safety in Lawrence. Though despite this, more than 9 in 10 residents tended to feel safe in their neighborhood during the day. A slightly smaller proportion of residents said they felt very or somewhat safe from fire, flood, or natural disaster, and around 3/4 said they felt safe from property crime, violent crime, and in Lawrence's downtown and commercial areas during the day. All items related to safety ranked similar to national and custom benchmarks. Aside from the 2 listed here, the overall feeling of safety and the feelings of safety in Lawrence's downtown and commercial areas during the day, both of which ranked lower than the national benchmark, but were similar to the custom benchmarks. Public transit is definitely a strength of the city. We know that the City of Lawrence has a strong priority of being a connected city, and certainly in terms of public transportation, we're seeing ratings that hit the mark quite well when compared to communities nationwide. The survey asked 3 key questions related to public transportation, each of which is shown here. We've also included 2 other mobility ratings for added context and comparison. Those 2 showed that 3/4 respondents gave positive ratings for the ease of travel by car, and around half did the same for ease of travel by bicycle, both in line with national and custom benchmarks. Regarding public transit, around 6 in 10 residents gave high marks for quality of bus or transit services, ranking higher than both of those benchmarks. 45% of residents gave excellent or good ratings to the ease of travel by public transportation, which also ranked higher than national benchmarks. And finally, 4 in 10 respondents said they had used public transit instead of driving, a reported usage rate, which exceeds both of our benchmarks. The NCS reserves space to seek input on unique areas of interest, and Lawrence included several custom questions. We'll review the takeaways for a few of them here and point you to the report for the remainder. First, 2 custom questions asked about information provided by the city. More than 8 in 10 respondents said the information they received from the city about services and policies is accurate. And more than 6 in 10 said they felt informed about services and programs currently offered by the city. This question asked residents about how they would prefer to approach budget adjustments or revenue sources if changes were needed. Respondents could select up to 3 items from the list. The most popular of these options included partnering with more nonprofits, followed by reducing the number of projects or programs. Less popular was reducing services, increasing property taxes, or increasing user fees. Finally, another custom question asked residents to compare the overall value they receive from the city's services to services provided by other entities. A rating of better indicated that the City of Lawrence's services were considered better than that other entity. When compared to the federal government, almost half reported that the value of Lawrence's services was better, while around 1/4 said it was worse. When compared to state government, 40% gave more favorable reviews to city services, while 14% did the opposite. Comparison ratings for services provided by local public schools and local businesses were quite similar, with slightly less than 2 in 10 favoring Lawrence's services and slightly more than 2 in 10 favoring other entities. Lastly, comparison ratings for services provided by local utilities as well as Douglas County government also mirrored each other, with about 15% favoring either side. For these last 4 items, the majority of respondents said the value was about the same. So in conclusion, overall, the survey results paint a picture of a community with many strengths, along with few opportunities for improvement. Residents spoke very positively about Lawrence's arts and culture, which appeared to be an important part of the community's identity and vibrancy. Related to that, residents also described Lawrence as a good place to visit and shop, suggesting that the city's local businesses and activity centers were assets. At the same time, residents shared some concerns about local governance with opportunities to strengthen communication, trust, and clarity around how decisions are made. One of the most encouraging findings is that Lawrence residents are highly engaged. Civic participation and volunteerism are reported as strong, suggesting a community that is invested in the future and willing to contribute. Residents also pointed to broader community challenges around the local economy, growth, and housing affordability. These issues are not unique to Lawrence, but they are clearly top of mind for residents. In terms of safety, most residents reported feeling safe in their own neighborhoods, with some concerns about overall community safety. Finally, public transit stood out as both well-received and widely used, playing an important role in how residents move around the city. Taken together, these results highlight a community of strong engagement and cultural assets, while pointing to several areas where investment could make a meaningful difference. Thank you for your time, and turn it over to you for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. This time we stand for either questions or discussion.
Okay, do we have some questions? She was ready.
I mean, when you say ready, say ready, you don't have to get ready. No, Sonia, thank you for the presentation. I just had one quick question, and then I'll yield to the rest of my fellow commissioners. For these results, these were provided to us in the aggregate. Is there any way that we can receive the results disaggregated, but specifically disaggregated by age, by the different age groups?
Yes, definitely. In the report, we have an online report that has a feature where you can dive down on any demographic that we asked about or the areas of the city as well.
Okay, perfect. And I'll wait.
Is that, you said there's an online report?
That link can be provided to you. Yeah, it allows you to click through tabs and identify various demographic elements that you want to hone in on.
That'd be great.
I can provide that today.
And I guess this is probably a question for you, Corey. Have we, I mean, I know we haven't done this in 4 years, so I'm not sure how useful the comparison is from 4 years ago, but have we started at all? I know it's a different company too. Have we started at all looking at the comparison?
Yeah, we have. The 18 KPIs that were reflected in the previous report will be compared for this year's report. The rationale for that is largely we want to look ahead to the future and see how things have improved or degraded or stayed the same. And so we'll be having those conversations with our commitment champions and outcome champions, regardless of the direction of the strategic plan. We're going to compare those two results. So yes, they will be used.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I assume along those same lines, we'll be looking at these and as we move into the next strategic plan, thinking about how KPIs align and what we should be measuring and should not be?
Correct. Based on the most recent data related to top-of-mind issues that people are concerned with, we want to speak to those. So yes, we'll be using this data as we formulate our upcoming strategic plan.
Mayor, I have one more quick question. In regards to there's the comparison between national benchmark and the custom benchmark, for that custom benchmark, what were the variables that were utilized for that? Is that population, percentage of ethnicity, age? What were some of the metrics that are used to create that custom benchmark of identity?
Sonia can give the specific metrics, but we essentially asked for comparison information on people with similar income amounts and I think similar size. Sonia, can you confirm or amend that?
Yeah, that was so I believe it was the similar income amounts, so similar median incomes, and then regionally in your region.
Okay.
Questions?
Yeah, I got three questions. There was one thing, it was community construction or something like that. It was
Community design.
Community design. Could you just define how that question is defined or presented to people?
Sure. Sonia, do you want to speak to that and pull the potential questions that speak to community design?
Yeah, just let me open up.
Agenda item, page 43.
I had your survey open so that I could look exactly at it, but here it's a little buried.
What page you say, Brad?
43 out of 100.
Thank you.
You find it?
I'm getting there.
So community design are looking at your neighborhood as a place to live, the overall design or layout of Lawrence's residential and commercial areas, well-planned residential growth, well-planned commercial growth, well-designed neighborhoods.
Gotcha.
Preservation, there's quite a few others, but it's around housing and development and growth.
So it speaks to strong, welcoming neighborhoods.
Gotcha. Okay. There was a question, I believe, Craig, Mr. Owens, you and I talked about it, how the Balancing Act and this report are either in tandem or they are, if they're not aligned, what does that look like? You know, how do we have a discussion between, this kind of study from the outside compared to a study that we're doing from the inside?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the Balancing Act is actually facilitated by the same company. And we chose to move with Polko because we know that they're asking similar questions of communities all over the country and can leverage the data to really have a more robust conversation about the outcomes of both instruments. So I personally do not facilitate the Balancing Act. I support it as a community engagement champion, but that is organized and deployed by the budget team. So they have more specific insights as to the specifics of that particular instrument. But yeah, we selected this particular instrument because it can work in tandem with the Balancing Act and it can speak to similar concerns related to, how we adjust services, how we speak to the priorities of our community. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. Knowing that they're the same, I forgot that they were the same company, but there's something to that. So it's not like two separate things that aren't having a conversation. I mean,
Yeah.
two separate, under the same umbrella.
We look at both, and we will provide both instruments to folks who are assisting us with developing our strategic plan and things like that. You'll see both, for example. Yeah, they can work in tandem.
Gotcha. And then the only other question was, there was one that it said overall safety in the neighborhood, I think was like 95%, but in the city as a whole was 30% less. Is there anything about why people said that?
Well, you can look at the comments. The why of an answer or response is always difficult to identify, right? So whys can be deep, they can be complex. And so I think that's a conversation that you might have with your colleagues about why you think that might be. Sonia, is there anything you can offer on that? Like, what's the why behind that type of response that's so disparate from one another?
I mean, overall, it seemed like safety was generally, typical, but it was lower in the downtown area and then lower overall. So, but the other areas were were similar to other communities. So to me, just straight from that data, from the data we have from the survey, I would think that people might be keying on something downtown, like your downtown or commercial area. But it's certainly valuable to dig into that with the community to say, where are you feeling unsafe, or is it a response to something they've heard or seen in news?
We can explore that a little bit deeper. Nothing is, clearly nothing is free. But what we can do is leverage our relationship with Polco to explore perceptions around downtown, perceptions around various parts of the city. But I do think it's important to note that people feel safe in their own neighborhood. And I think what you're cluing in on is something really interesting. We need to figure out why perceptions of being in your own home, in your own neighborhood are so high and so positive, and why you might have a negative perception of venturing out beyond your neighborhood. So yeah, that conversation is worthwhile.
And interestingly, if you look at page...
I can't say that, that nationally that just does happen.
Yes.
People know, at least they know they feel safer.
Yeah.
Even if it was objectively less safe, they might feel safe in the place they know because they know it.
I think it's interesting, if you look on page 46 of 100, which is, the breakdown of that question, the 94%'s there on the neighborhood, but, we mentioned a couple of those, but 75% on property crime, 74% in downtown, and 73% from violent crime. So the people who responded to this responded more, said they weren't worried about property crime, violent crime, or downtown at a higher rate than they did their overall safety, which I think is an interesting dynamic of why every subcategory is higher than their feeling of overall safety, and I think that's something to dig into. I think that's an interesting dynamic, because you would think, well, because it's not like an average. If you average the other 5 answers, the average would be higher than 65%.
Right.
So there's something else there that...
Yes, something undefined in this particular data that they're concerned about.
In the qualitative analysis.
Yep.
Yeah. And...
yeah, that's all the questions for me. So.
Yeah, I would be interested, knowing that it'd be interesting to see how, if that question is affected by zip code or really affected by age.
Right.
I certainly feel that sometimes from people I talk to who, where they feel safe, is different. I can save this for comments, but I'm always fascinated in this survey when, and always want to point out, page 45 of 100, garbage collection 87%, sewer 87%, drinking water 77%, stormwater 73%, utility billing 68%. Those are good results on some things that we don't think as highly, we don't talk about as much, but people notice if they're not working well.
Right.
So I always like to point that out. And I know when we did this previously, that was always very high.
It says great things about our service providers, that's for sure.
Yeah. Okay, other questions, Mike? Did you have any question? Mike Devo, I'm sorry.
I didn't really, other than what you've already mentioned, the statistics seemed off to me on the 65% overall safety versus the subcategories. And so for me, that was telling, and I wanted to dive more into that because I do believe that there is an overall, problem with how people perceive public safety downtown, and I don't know if it spills over into the adjacent residential neighborhoods, but I do know that that is something we really need to address and talk a little bit more about in the future. But those statistics are what really jumped out at me.
Okay.
I've got one point, or ask Corey if you don't mind. Let's talk about, so we did this, first of all, thank you very much. This is It's incredibly important for us to have data on how our residents feel. We did this back in, what, 2018 is what you said? No.
Sorry, 2022.
2022. So we're essentially going to use this information to build our strategic plan, right?
This isn't exclusive of this is not the only information we're going to be using, but, and we use a lot of, I mean, we haven't designed the community engagement plan for the strategic plan, but it's super important for you to know that we do a number of different techniques and we use a number of different instruments to get the opinions of our community members as we're building the strategic plan. So I don't want you to look at this as a one-shot deal.
No, and I hope I didn't imply that I thought it was, but definitely one of the biggest purposes for us gathering data in general is to help guide our focus.
Correct.
So in 2022, we identified areas of the strategic plan, and a lot of this is for public consumption. We build in key performance indicators in there, right?
Yes.
So we're essentially going to be building KPIs in as well with the next strategic plan, but I'd like you guys as staff to first talk about how we've been doing with our KPIs since 22. And then second, how can the residents expect this data to help operationally on a day-to-day basis moving forward, right? So you got your strat plan, right? We love the strat plan. We've got the KPIs, but we still have an operational element that I think we want to talk about. Can we address that as we go?
Sure. So I think I can answer your second question. I'll answer that first. We look at, when you say operational, do you mean service delivery, you mean service satisfaction, things like that? Yes. So we do look at this data as one indicator of service satisfaction and service delivery, but I will tell you that there are other instruments that we use, like the flash poll that I offered earlier that's constantly up. See-Click Fix is another instrument that we use to kind of gather less quantitative data, more qualitative data on people's experiences with services and service conversations with the city. So to answer your question more granularly, like day-to-day conversations, this has been reviewed with the executive team. They have received a copy of this material. We constantly review KPI growth or how we're addressing KPIs in that setting. And prior to joining the Commissioner, we reviewed KPI progress in this setting. So that is one opportunity that I want you to know exists. In terms of day-to-day conversations, I mean, we are speaking as both commitment and outcome champions as pairs talking about KPIs regularly. This particular information is going to be shared and discussed within the executive team and amongst our respective departments. But I do want you to know that we discuss KPIs regularly. We discuss progress and barriers to progress around KPIs, what the aggregate data is telling us. Your first question, I'm so sorry, I can't remember what it was.
That's okay. That's all right.
Can you remind me, please?
Yes, of course. So we created KPIs back in 22.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. How are we showing the public, again, a lot of this is for public consumption, so they understand what the whole intent of this. What are we talking about as far as progress? You guys are talking about KPIs, how, and then this is actually kind of another question, but how are we getting that information to the public real time?
It's publicly available right now on Achieve It. So you can find it on our website. You could go to the strategic plan site, and it breaks it down by all of our outcomes. Okay. So you can see progress to every one of the KPIs that's spoken for with this material data and with other data that isn't reflected in the community satisfaction survey. That's what we discussed tonight. So the community satisfaction survey responds to 18 KPIs. But there's a litany of KPIs that are reflected on our website, and you can go to them. The 18 KPIs reflected in this data, I didn't want to update them until you had received this information. So within the next 2 weeks, you'll see an updated, more relevant, more time-sensitive response to the material that was offered to us by our community members. So you'll be able to find that on our website within the next 2 weeks. But I didn't want to share that before sharing it with you all. Sure. Great question. Thank you for asking.
That was one of the questions I was asking, and just to piggyback on that, I mean, two I pulled up really quick. One is UI number 2 under community engagement, percent of residents satisfied or very satisfied with arts, cultural related events. Our goal was 60%. In 2022, we had 77%, and today we're at 84%. But if you go to the public safety goal, which percent of residents who perceive Lawrence as safe or very safe, our goal is 90%. In 2022, we're at 78%, and today we're at 65%. Right, so we'll be able to compare those over time, and those, I don't know how many KPIs relate to the survey. I think, what did you say?
18.
18. There's 18 of those we can compare them to and see how we're doing. And
that does impact day-to-day decisions. So that speaks to strategic decisions that we make every day. How we communicate, the level of depth and complexity of which we communicate, how simple we make things for people to find, all of those things speak to people's perception, not just governance, but safety and security, how strong and welcoming their neighborhood is, how connected our city is. So yeah, that does speak to direct day-to-day decisions.
And that's ultimately why I brought it up. I wanted, you can measure all the things, but what we do with it is really what's important. So just offering staff the opportunity to explain how it does affect daily decisions.
Thank you.
And I would just jump in again for the community who's watching, and you can go to lawrencekansas.gov/strategic-plan, and you get all these KPIs. But also, just because I have, say, public safety up here, I just pulled it up on the website. The first question is this perception question, but then we also have, non-perception questions like whatever NIBRS, the National, whatever, Group A, person crimes per 1,000 residents, safe society crimes per 1,000 residents. We can measure those objectively. So we have some objective measures, percent of fires contained in the room of origin. Some of them are, data points like that. Some of them are perception related. So we have a mix of those as we try to achieve our strategic plan. So to me, I think they're interested, and I look forward to, some of those are updated because we have those every year. The last update on 6/30/25, shows that our person crimes per 1,000 residents, we actually have it every month, on the system. It's 1.72, down from 1.9 or whatever. You can follow these, some on monthly, some on every other year, the different measurements. So to me, I find it interesting, but I look forward to the new strategic plan, the new KPIs, seeing how we've done and seeing how we go forward. Okay, well, we'll open it up for public comment, and then we'll bring it back if we have any other final comments before we go. So this is a public hearing item, and any member of the public will have 3 minutes.
Sonia, can you stop sharing while we do public comment, please? I was trying to figure out how to kick you out, but I'm not letting me. Right?
Good to go?
1 second, we're trying to get Sonia not to share.
PowerPoint down.
Tell me
I
when.
think Sonia's not sure how to unshare.
She's got her face over there.
When I go to the share, it looks like I'm not sharing. It just gives me the opportunity to share.
Okay.
Not unshare.
If you want to go ahead and we'll work on it.
You're okay with it? All right.
We'll still get you on the camera.
Yes, you're still on camera.
That's what I wanted to be. So, appreciate the question. It's important to understand who is responding. And to quote Munger and Buffett, show me the incentive and I'll show you the outcome. And when people say this is going to inform budgetary process, my little ears go up. The report combines results from at least 3 different wage-earning constituencies, each with different incentives. Using the report numbers, there were 405 respondents. That's it, 405. 15% fall in the public service, government, nonprofit, et cetera, respondents. 16% in the education bucket, presumably KU and public schools. 68%, for the sake of this discussion, we'll call the balance unaffiliated citizens. That sounds good, but 68% of the reported 405 total is only 275, which is statistically insignificant as far as our population goes. My point is, it seems reasonable that those with publicly funded wages, government, education, nonprofit, would want to maintain or increase those public funded positions, while those who pay for publicly funded wages might want those taxed amounts decreased. Different incentives measured in the same survey are not accurately representing any one constituency. The constituent data should be reported separately or broken out and collected in statistically appropriate amounts to inform the budgetary process in this case. Commissioners do not have that in this report because the number is only 405. The Balancing Act data results have the same problem, only a little worse because the NCS report at least gives indicators of who's responding, but the Balancing Act does not. Different constituencies all mixed together, yet commissioners want to draw conclusions about non-government citizens. Consider the 2025 year results. The total of submissions was 637. For a population of about 97,000, that's the town, a sample size of approximately 384 is sufficient. But city staff is allowed to take the Balancing Act survey. They have different incentives than citizens that do not work for the city. One might presume city staff do not want to be laid off or have salary cuts. Perhaps they want to increase their budget, increase delivered services, and thus the mill levy. In 2025, cities 124 people, presuming a few citizens unaffiliated with the city staff actually took the survey, their responses would be swamped by staff input, 824 possible staff versus 637 actual results. It's not possible to identify in the Balancing Act who is who in the responses. So 2 different samples of people with likely different incentives or motivations all mixed up in the response set of the survey. There's no easy answer to this in the current Budget Balancing Act, so to let the survey run longer until citizens' responses far exceed the number of city staff.
Thank you. The public comments on this item? How about online?
Yes. Julie Jones?
Julie Jones, 66047. I'm curious about how they go about sending out this particular survey. In the 12 years I've lived here, I didn't get one the first time or the second time, and I went around to my neighbors and said, did you receive a postcard or a letter from the city asking you to fill out this survey? And none of them said they received it. So I think this is good information to collect from the public. I'm just not sure who they're reaching out to collect the information. So it's almost invalid. Thank you.
Risa Williams?
Hi, I was just gonna share, I know Julie was just asking about the survey and where and how it was sent out. I know multiple areas within town I've witnessed options and the ability to take the survey. I think it's the year 2026, so I don't know that the city has the budget to mail a survey. I think maybe it was included with the water bill if you still got a paper copy. It's probably on the website too. But 405 people, I just think that we should, if if everyone's complaining about so much within the city, take the survey, give everyone your opinion, make the change. 405 people with the city this size. Yes, I work for a FQHC, so I am one of those numbers because I did take the survey. I do want change. The other thing I was just going to mention is the C-Click Fix. There have been numerous things that I've asked for on there, and I know I'm a grain of sand in the equation, but I don't get a response. And it takes, one of the things, it took nearly a year to get anything done. I put that in, my opinion on the survey. So anyway, I just thought I'd share that. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Sonia, can you just mention one more time about how you conduct the survey and collect, how you pick the 4,000 and the statistical work that you do?
Certainly. So we randomly select, we get a U.S. Postal list of all households in your community because we feel that is the most comprehensive list of people. And then we geocode them, make sure they're in the city, identify where each address is. Then we can mark by the different areas that we track. And then we randomly select 4,000. I should say it's randomly stratified sampling. We stratify by including more multifamily housing because folks in multifamily housing often represent certain lower income or renters, and those folks tend to respond in lower numbers. So we want to make sure that we're oversampling a little bit for that. And then we've randomly selected 4,000 residents, and 405 responded. I will say that, I know a lot of people think that 405 is not a very good representation of almost 100,000 people in a community. But if you think about survey polling, when it's randomly sampled correctly, it does represent your community. So if you think about the national samples that they do for polling for political polls for who are you going to vote for and things like that, those usually have about 1,000 responses representing 250 million older or adults in the U.S. So 405 representing your community is actually statistically very sound as long as it's done in a way that everybody had the equal chance of being chosen at the outset, and then it was random, then they were randomly chosen. So I do understand that you might wonder oh, why didn't I get chosen? But if you think about 4,000 people being chosen every 4 years in a large community, your probability is not actually that high that you're going to receive that mailing.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments? And we'll get to see this data more, and we'll get to use it a few other times, and certainly anyone should jump in and read the whole report, and I look forward to the link and getting in and de-aggregating some of that information. So,
Corey, just wanted to add to, Sonia, thank you for the presentation. I know when we get these, I always dig deep into them because I think it helps for our community to understand the value of sample sizing and that your sample population is never your population writ large. It's a random sample, and as long as you're using that random sample, you're hoping that the number of respondents you get will make your survey results statistically significant. So I can say after taking statistics twice, and master's level statistics for this, that's what kind of sticks with you on this. What I appreciate from the survey results is taking the quantitative and now looking at the qualitative aspects of it. And I think that's what is shown in the summary conclusion, is that we're seeing from the quantitative numbers what are some of the qualitative pieces that we do need to speak to, that's that deeper dive. And so it's a matter of what engagement tools can we utilize, are we utilizing, or what additional engagement tools do we need to put in play for us to be able to understand these. And so, and then looking at, I think on just top of mind, the three that really stuck out to me was question 1, question 3, and question 5. All of them whole, but 1, 3, and 5 are ones that really stuck out to me as far as having a deeper analysis, focus group, something that later. But it doesn't necessarily have to be the city. This is where our partners can be involved in this as it relates to housing, arts and culture, economic development. So not so much that I want the community to hear this, community folks, is that I want our partners who rely on this data and rely on funding and support from the commission to do their part to support this work as well. So, I mean, for me, the perception questions are that, I'm glad that we'll have the link to be able to look at the numbers, disaggregate. With these type of things, you don't never get a multivariate analysis. I would love it. I think, whether these agencies can or companies will provide it at additional cost. It's great to have the aggregate, but it can cover some sins, and so it's important for us to have that multivariate analysis of knowing, what is it that a group of non-white individuals, 18 to 34, who took this survey, their perception, because sometimes that can get washed out. That's why you have a margin of error. So a +5 margin of error tells us that these numbers could be really, really good, or they could be really, really bad. But that all depends on the variant of who within that wash of individuals are answering these questions. So I see it as the summary conclusion can get us to helping the community understand a level of service, because we had the point where it says that folks don't want reduced services, but we don't want higher taxes, but we want to reduce projects and programs. There's a deeper conversation to be had about what is projects, what is programs, and its relationship to reduction of services, because we're looking at things in a static and in a silo, and we're not looking at it as a collective. So, for me, I appreciate Commissioner Poling bringing in a part about how does this go down to the administrative, the piece. I think that's further down the line, and it all plays in part of the relational piece. But I do appreciate, I think there's that in-between stage, in between the summary of conclusion and the levels of service, is us looking at correlation and or causation, and what does that mean as it relates to our KPIs, us fine-tuning our different outcomes and commitments and things of that nature. So I'm always excited about these pieces. And I can go on and on, but I do appreciate this, and I think this gives me a lot to think about as we start to roll out our engagement piece on the strategic plan. So thank you.
I would just say a couple things. I think getting into the details to me is really interesting, and I know like this presentation focuses on, excellent and good. I'm always interested in either poor or very dissatisfied. When you have excellent, good, fair, and poor, some people think fair is good. Some people say fair. So I'm always interested in looking at the poor side of it, and that's interesting to me. So I like looking at these. The other thing I note, based because we had the question about balancing act, one of my interesting questions, which shows that this is random and not people who pay attention to city commission, I guess. They asked the question, are you aware of the city's balancing act simulation tool?
Yes.
12% yes.
12%.
80% no.
Correct.
And 8% not sure. So 88% of the people who took this survey did not know what balancing act was.
Right.
And so it's a pretty random sample of people who filled this out, not like folks. So anyway, I think there's a lot of interesting things when you dig down into it that's worth looking at. Okay, any other last comments?
I have one
go ahead.
Real quick question, Corey, and I'm sorry if you've already said it. Let's say we have 100 people who are watching this and are like, I really want to take that survey. Will we let them take that survey? Not to necessarily, this is all statistically driven, et cetera, but would we offer residents that are now being made aware that could they take this survey now? I'm not saying.
Well, you know what they can do? You can go to our website right now and complete a very similar survey. You can click around to different pages and answer questions on public safety, on service satisfaction, on transparency in government, on trust in government. You can answer questions right now, and that's open to you 24 hours a day. And that is It's not statistically significant. This instrument is designed to be statistically significant, so I can come in front of you all and give you a qualified quantitative analysis, right? But that is qualitative analysis that we have access to constantly, and you can provide comments. So if you want to tell us exactly what you think about a specific issue, whether it be parks, whether it be MSO, whether it be planning, starting a business in our community, you can answer those questions there. So I don't want to reopen the instrument. I mean,
No, and I hope I didn't imply that.
No. You were asking a very good question. Like, how can the community give you feedback? You can also always email me. And it's simple to email me at citycommunications@lawrenceks.gov. I welcome those emails, and I receive those emails regularly. So please know that if you don't want to email a commissioner or reach out to a commissioner, you can email me directly, and my team, frankly. But our survey lives on our website. A survey lives on our website constantly, and we have access to that information all the time.
Again, I think for public consumption, I want, and I think we need to put this to rest for today. We're going to readdress it again, but connecting those dots to those areas that we're measuring, those questions that we're asking, and how we're putting it to work. So providing the message to the public, because if you feel like you are answering something but it goes nowhere, it's really not providing the value. So, and I'm not saying it's not going anywhere, please know that, but I have had concerns of, I don't know that it's doing anything. I've heard that in the past. So anyway, we can drop it. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so, and just one question about the balancing act. So the data that you guys collect, do you guys collect email addresses for who does balancing act?
I can't answer that question. Is anybody in the room able to answer that?
I can.
Oh, great. Sonia with
we do not collect email addresses for folks who answer balancing act. And Logan, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's anonymous.
I may add a caveat there that they have the option to ask for an email address. I don't know for certain if we have in this case, so I wouldn't be able to say for sure.
Gotcha.
I don't recall. When I think you can enter an email address. When you do it, you don't have to do it as an option.
Right.
I would note the other thing, Commissioner Pullian, to your point, one of the things I'm interested in looking at, and really a couple of the commenters, like Risa said, we have 201 responses of people who just went out and took the survey on their own that aren't in this. And I'll be interested to see how those compare to this for some of the reasons pointed out. And my guess is the number of people who voluntarily took this, the number of people in the New Balancing Act is much higher, and it'll be interesting to see how how their perceptions are different. And I'm looking forward to, once I get the link, comparing those two. So
we promoted the link widely for weeks, and we did so with specific audiences of people who were already engaged in our community engagement work. And so people that were already interested in other topics, this was an opportunity for them to complete the open survey. And I believe there were 2 weeks where you could complete the open survey if you were interested.
Okay. With that, let's thank you very much, and always fun time. Let's jump to the next. You want to take since we have people, you want to take a quick break?
Where are we at?
We have the 3 bond issues. We have some guests here. I thought maybe we could get through those.
I would like a break, but I'm personally okay until after, but if someone needs it.
Let's go.
All right. I mean, I know they like staying for some.
No, let's go.
Okay, let's do it. We'll do the bond issue, and then we'll take a break after that. We're taking up items 2, 3, and 4 together, which all relate to the bond issue. So, Rochelle.
Good evening. I'm Rochelle Matthews. I'm the Director of Finance for the City of Lawrence and also the city's Sound Fiscal Stewardship Champion under the strategic plan that we've been doing a lot of talking about. So tonight, the commission is considering authorization and sale of $158 million of general obligation bonds and $25.9 million of temporary notes. Before you tonight is the bond ordinance for second reading that we previously considered a month ago, as well as 2 accompanying resolutions, one for bonds and one for notes. We've talked before, this is the 4th and final step of the funding process that starts with our CIP, that then goes into our annual notice of intent to sell, then our authorization to proceed with sale, that culminates today in a competitive sale using a sealed bid process. So we were successful in receiving 7 unique bids for our temporary notes and 5 for our general obligation bonds. Those results in those categories, while less than sometimes in our history, does represent a highly competitive sale. Another metric that we can look at is a spread, or the difference between high and low bid. And so for these, that was a very tight sale, and that shows that many underwriters had the same opinion about our bonds, as they offered very similar interest rates to one another. So after reviewing those submissions with our advisors, the city selects the lowest true cost of interest for each of those sales. So what was the most competitive bid for the lowest interest that we got? Included in the packets tonight with your ordinance and resolutions, we've posted the post-pricing summaries for each of these bond series. And so that has a number of pages to provide additional information about how exactly that sale stacked out. It also gives the opportunity for some additional information about what projects fell in there and what funds. So for instance, the GO bonds is not just GO bonds, it's a combination of regular governmental GO bonds, stormwater GO bonds, and solid waste GO bonds. So with that, joining us tonight, as referenced, are our colleagues from Baker Tilly, Ben Hart, and Gilmore and Bell. We have Kevin Wempe. So as a team, we're happy to stand and answer any questions.
Okay. And the bid, and the sale was today?
Yes, the sale was this morning.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from the commission on these items? Okay. This is a public hearing item. Any member of the public like to speak on these bond issuances? You can come forward. How about online? Okay, bring it back to the commission, and we can have any motions or comments. Okay, do we have a motion to, we have action number 2, 3, and 4. These are short, you just have to approve the ordinance.
Move that we adopt, oh, wait.
Go ahead.
Well, we got to break them down into 2 because there's resolutions and ordinance.
Yep.
So first one is adopt on second reading ordinance number 10201.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Solo, second by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Then move to adopt resolutions 7658, 7659.
Okay.
Are you good, Kevin, with those being adopted in one motion? Or do you want us?
You want separate?
Those out?
Separate motion.
Okay, that works. I retract my motion, and I move that we adopt resolution number 7658.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sello, second by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
All right, and move to adopt resolution number 7659.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sello, second by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor say aye.
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 Passes 5-0. Thank you very much for being here, and I guess we still have to stay for the next one, but we will, the rest of you can go, and then we will take a 10-minute break and be back with item 5, which is the budget public hearing. Okay, coming back from break, and we're on to regular agenda item number 5, which is to consider conducting a public hearing on amending the budget. Ally.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. If I can share my screen here. There we go. Okay. As the mayor said, we're here this evening to amend our 2026 budget, and I recognize that it is only April, but this is something that we foresaw as we were developing our 2026 budget. So tonight we are talking about our transient guest tax fund we call TGT. So in July of 2025, Commission approved our notice for a public hearing, and that notice lists a maximum expenditure authority per fund that we are allowed for the year. Concurrently with those conversations, just about a month later, Commission approved an increase in the TGT rate from 6% to 8%, but that was not captured in the public notice and hence was not captured in our 2026 budget. So that process went through its 60-day protest period, we adopted the budget, and then that collection did begin starting in January 1, but we wanted to amend our budget this evening officially to recognize the increase in revenue and hence an increase in expenditure that we would have from Commission's decision to increase that rate from 6 to 8%. So very brief, Lindsay and some folks are here if there are questions specifically about those funds.
Guess that'd be my question. I mean, we know we're going to have the funds. What's the plan to spend it? No. No, it's World Cup.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Lindsay Hart, Interim Director for Parks, Recreation, and Culture. And I believe you were given a general breakdown of the $615,000 additional that we're requesting for World Cup funding. And so this will all fall under the guise of the Culture and Experience branch, which we are overseeing along with Explore Lawrence. And so $230,000 will go directly to Explore Lawrence, and they can come up and speak to kind of their portion of what they'll oversee with that. And then $385,000, the city will manage those funds. And we have it broken down into a couple different categories. One is we just put out an RFP for event planning and basically for watch parties. And so we just completed that process, and we picked 2 different groups who were each going to take 3 event dates that we worked together to identify on a schedule. And so we're going to have 6 watch parties for a lot of the main games, you know, with our Algerian team as well as most of the Kansas City matches. And so that is where the $150,000 is going to cover. And then, so we have allocated that out, and they will begin planning those. And then the $110,000 will go specifically to the Culture and Community Engagement Group, which is going to be managed by PRC. And that's for, most of it's for our Summerfest event, 4th of July activities. We're enhancing the drone show this year and beefing up the activities and doing some, 250 America celebrations and some extra activities that will take place during that event. As well as we're just now getting down to, we've been doing a lot of brainstorming through Unified Command. A lot of different committees have been working on events and entertainment and things like that. And so now it's time to start planning and time to put this money to good use. And so we're looking at activating some local talent, artists, live music, entertainment. We're specifically looking at kind of a landing area on 8th Street where, the bus stop is, where our visitors will be coming off the bus and ready to hit downtown and see what Lawrence is all about. And so we're going to have an area identified for that. So some of this funding will go towards that as well. And then another $125,000 is allocated for general branch expenses, which again, Ruth, you want to hop up, and I'll let Ruth kind of go into those details and how we have some of that funding broken down.
Thank you.
take it from.
Thanks, Commissioners. I think when I was here last time, I was explaining how our unified command is divided into 6 different branches. And so our cultural and community events branch, we're the ones responsible for putting the forward-facing events on some of our World Cup community activations. So in addition to what Lindsay said, we have set aside $125,000 for general expenses. A lot of this line item included setting a placeholder for viewing licenses, which when we formulated this budget, we didn't know what that expense would be. By that, I mean we didn't know how many zeros that number would have. So some of that is starting to come into focus. We also want to support the KU International Affairs Department, which has helped us so much with the cultural trainings that we're starting to get. And then some ideas like transportation shuttles to help visitors get around through the hotels and to downtown activations. So those are the kind of expenses we're looking into. As Lindsay said, you know, there's been a lot of planning and now the rubber's really meeting the road. So we have general expenses, but things aren't broken out specifically quite yet.
Kim, were you going to?
Good evening. I'm Kim Onspach, Executive Director of Explore Lawrence. And so the $230,000 that would be allocated to Explore Lawrence is to help us meet the expanded expectations and role that this is bringing to our community. So we want to amplify our role. Lindsay's team is activating the space, and we're making sure that people know it's happening and we get our visitors there, that we have signage, wayfinding to make sure people can find our assets, that we have volunteers at the ready to support these events and support our community. Also make sure that we have merchandising, branding. We've created a new website, you may have seen it, scorelawrence.com, and then general operational support. So the buckets that $230,000 would be going into is expanded marketing and communications, that have expanded scope of marketing to the visitors that are here specifically for World Cup, wayfinding, signage, and collateral, volunteer coordination, logo development, branding, logo development of which has already happened. I'm not going to lie, it's happened. We needed that already. Branding, merchandise, updating that website, and then operational support for a unified command headquarters, making sure we have resources out to our community, additional signage, and volunteer support. So if you want specific amounts in that buckets, I'm happy to share that as well.
Okay. Questions?
Allie. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Where I have had surgery. I apologize. I'm a little out of it right now. So if you've already mentioned this, my apologies. Is all of this coming out of the general fund? Have we created a separate standalone fund for anything World Cup related?
So this is coming out of our guest tax fund. It's separate from our general fund, yes.
Okay. And typically if you know you're going to have a change in budget, statute dictates do it right now, but often we wait until the end of the year to really get a compounded effect of what's happening. Is there any specific reason why we did it today versus at the end of the year?
Yeah, so I think that's the traditional approach that we have taken previously. We've been in conversations with the city manager's office as well as the city attorney's office, and we felt like the most appropriate as well as transparent protocol would be when we believe that we will exceed the fund balance, so our maximum expenditure authority, that it would be an official amendment.
Okay.
Compared to what you see on our adjustments, and I recognize those terms are too similar, but like was on the consent agenda this evening, where you're utilizing the fund balance that we had already budgeted for, that would be appropriate to be an adjustment.
Okay.
versus a full amendment.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you all. This is a public hearing item. Any member of the public like to speak on this item? Go ahead, Christina.
Christina McKenna, 66046. I have an image, and this is going to encompass like the debt and the whole budget, so it's just information. Did you text that for? Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. This commission did the issuing for the $184 million in debt tonight, which is the greatest amount of debt the city will have ever authorized in a single year. With the revenue bonds stated to be issued at the end of the year, the city plans to issue a total of $226 million in bonds this year. The Coalition for Collaborative Governance has previously expressed our concerns about the financial consequences of the debt, and while we understand the city is already obligated to much of the debt, we believe these concerns they still deserve continued discussion. The city's debt payment plans show the city's anticipated debt payments will be $21 million more annually in 2030 than in 2025, which is a 64% increase in 5 years. We're concerned our community's residents don't have the financial capacity to absorb the multi-million-dollar increase in annual debt payments. The Coalition for Collaborative Governance has also submitted comments over the last year about inconsistencies in the city's debt documentation. For example, $65 million of the debt tonight is for stormwater and solid waste GO bonds, but these bonds are not documented in either of the city's two current debt payment plans, so the city's debt payments may be even greater than forecast. Can you please display the second image? Thank you. There's also substantial discrepancies in the city's approved debt versus issued debt, and 2026 data illustrates these discrepancies clearly. The commission approved $84 million of debt this year for the 2026 CIP. The 2026 budget Q&A document stated the city was anticipating taking out $129 million in GO debt this year, and instead the commission is being asked to authorize $184 million tonight. Tonight's debt amount is $55 million more than the Finance Department reported in their budget Q&A document, and this amount is $100 million more than the 2026 approved CIP indicates. Some of these discrepancies have occurred because of having refinanced one-year temp notes repeatedly, but it's not publicly documented how much of each year's debt issuance is new debt, reissued temp note debt, or retired temporary note debt. Since it's impossible to reconcile these numbers based on publicly available information, we'd asked the Finance Department last year how much specific GO bond and temp note debt they plan on issuing in 2026. Unfortunately, we don't believe the city's answer fully fulfilled the city's commitment to transparent and accurate data for budgeting and decision making, because tonight you're authorized more than 43% more debt than what the city staff stated last year. Our coalition requests the city staff consistently provide the city commission and public with clear, complete, and accurate financial data regarding the city's debt. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? How about online?
Julie Jones?
Julie Jones, 66047. To continue on with what Christina just shared, I have an image that goes along with my comments, please. Ooh, let me get back to my... The city has approved more debt in the last 3 years than ever before to pay for lots of projects around town. But the community can't easily understand how the city is spending the money because the city's documentation is not clear. In the city's 5-year CIPs, some project budgets change each year, but there's no indication why. Did some portion of last year's budget not get spent? Or so it got rolled over to the next year? Or did the project costs change considerably? An example of this is the Bob's Billing Parkway project that you're issuing debt for tonight. Its approved debt has changed 3 years in a row, and none of those approved amounts match the actual debt issued for the project for the year. The commission has approved close to $5 million for this project in the last 3 IPs, but has only taken out about $1 million. You're issuing $848,000 for this project tonight, but the city's budget says that you're taking out $1.8 million more than that for the project this year. Additionally, the community and the commission can easily understand how much the city has actually spent on this project. The city retired and reissued different parts of this project debt 2 years in a row. So while the city has issued a total of $1.5 million on this project, we think they've only taken out $1 million. Finally, it doesn't look like the commission has received a presentation about the beginning of this project or its progress, even though you've approved investing close to $5 million into this project. I am concerned that the commission may not be receiving clear information about how much debt you are approving, issuing, and spending on projects. I suggest the city implement clearer practices for tracking projects' debt approval, bond issues, and budgets. We believe this will improve the commission's decision-making progress and more clearly show the community how our local taxes are being used throughout Lawrence. Just as we said in the survey results. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay.
Patrick? Patrick? Patrick?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can now, yep.
Okay, great. I just have a quick question. I'm in a tent in rural West Virginia, so if you could just help me. I thought there was going to be something tonight about a planning commissioner appointment. Has that already happened, or is that going to be coming later?
Let's move to commission items.
Okay, so it's later then.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Okay.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, we'll bring it back related to the transient guest tax. And any comments on that? I mean, obviously, I think the amendment is fine because we've increased the amount. And I look forward to what's going on with the World Cup and everything that's coming. So excited about that. But obviously, the resolution is to amend just that total amount.
Now, Ally, I just had a quick question just for information. We're amending it because this is for this particular quarter, so I'm assuming that, or will we need to do this again for the next quarter when those TGT amounts come in, or is this just for this portion of it?
So we're hoping that we're capturing it now in one time. But again, we have the second quarter budget adjustment, and then this will be amending our budget. Yeah.
So the idea is that if we didn't capture it and there's maybe overage, we'll have to do this again.
Potentially.
Right.
And Ally, maybe one more info question for you. So, there was the vote last August to go from 6 to 8. Is the understanding that after the World Cup, it'll go back from 8 to 6, or are we planning to keep it at 8?
I don't know if I'm the right person. Question.
That's for you to decide.
This body.
Does not automatically revote.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Budget's coming up, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Add that to your list. Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to adopt resolution number 7656.
Second.
Second. Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor say aye.
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 Passes 5-0. Okay, that brings us to agenda item 6, which is a construction manager at risk discussion related to fire station number 6.
Oh, not that one. Yep. Oh, nope, not that one.
Nope. Third time's a charm.
Oh,
wait, hold on. I know what it is.
there we are. All right. All right, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Stephen Hallstrom, Project Manager for Construction in MSO. We are here tonight to give you a brief project update on LDCFM Expansion Station number 6 and ask for your authorization for the utilization of alternative delivery, the construction manager at risk method, and authorization to advertise their request for proposals for those services. We're going to start with Acting Chief Hardy giving you a brief overview of the need for Station 6.
Thank you, Stephen. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Joe Hardy, Acting Fire Chief here at LDCFM. I'm going to get started on our presentation. This is just for my purpose here this morning or this evening is just going to give you guys the why behind our expansion for Station 6. What we use for our data analysis is our optimization plan that we performed in 2020. And our main goal is to make sure we grow along with our community. And so as we grow out, for our response times, we're looking at that. Our data-driven responses and decisions are based off of that criteria. And it's not just based off in the city, but it's also within the county as well. And so previously I've came up to you and talked to you about a mapping. And this is the same map that I've showed you in the past. But when we looked at our service level gaps, we highlighted 3 different gaps, one to the north, one to the south, and then one to the northwest. And so on this map, you see the Stone Ridge, the 555 Stone Ridge is the proposed area for Station 6 expansion. And so as you see that, it allows our response times to cover out towards the northwest and even out into the county to where Lecompton is within Douglas County. And so I appreciate your time for me to come up and at least explain that to you again. Again, if you do not have the station optimization plan, I am willing to give that to you so you can go through that, or I can go through that process with you. So the rest of the presentation, I'll get back to Stephen.
All right, Commissioner, so just a brief overview of the project timeline, where we've been and where we are heading with this. So throughout 2025, early 2025, we executed a preliminary design services contract with SFS Architecture. And through that preliminary design, we were able to do some benchmarking, visioning and programming, site evaluation and selection in that preliminary design phase. So as we kind of wrapped up that preliminary design phase, when that contract was originally scoped, it included those same services for Station 7 as well. So when that station was unfunded, we were able to take some of those remaining funds and fund a few phases of design that would have been a little bit later on, that were mostly in response to some of the public feedback that we were hearing on the station. So one of those items we were able to bring in was public engagement, and in January 2026 we held community listening session number 1, which had about 50 members of the project team and the community present. Here we are in April and May of 2026 requesting your approval of alternative delivery, and then after a brief period of working through that contract, upon your approval, we will be back with you hopefully sometime in May with that detailed design contract to move forward with full design and construction documents of the station. That detailed design will go on throughout the rest of 2026 and into 27. at which time we will have some more information to share and we'll host the second public open house. And that's when construction will begin in 2027, continue on through 2028, where we intend on having a substantial completion date for the station of November of 2028, and have that fully operational in early 2029. So a little bit about that community listening session that we held. Again, there were about 50 members of the project team and the community present, and stormwater was the primary concern that was voiced by the neighborhood, primarily those in the Chimney Rocks area to the north. There were some other concerns brought up that we were able to address with some operational processes through LDCFM, mostly lights and noise, but we were able to address those with how the building's laid out and some other factors. But onto the stormwater, so the drainage study will be in our design scope for detailed design, and we will have that second public open house. But some of that additional work we were able to rescope into the preliminary design contract was the topographic survey and some geotechnical work, which have been completed and are underway right now, that will also help us in establishing that drainage study for those residents and answering some more of their questions about that. And then I just wanted to touch on the sustainability commitment for the station. Per the city's sustainable capital projects policy, our requirement to achieve LEED Gold certification gives us very clear measurable guidelines to achieve those goals and an ability to align those community targets with the needs of the project. So on that, we are going to move over to authorization for alternative delivery, and I will hand that off to Melinda.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Melinda Harger, Assistant Director, MSO. So when we look at project delivery methods for our capital projects, I would say 95% or more are our traditional design, bid, and then build. And so those are put out and typically awarded to the low bidder. You see a lot of those come through on your consent agenda. The projects that are best suited for those are more of our straightforward projects, those that have a very clearly, defined scope through the plans and the specs. There's not a lot of ambiguity or design needed from the contractor standpoint to bring in any, those innovation ideas or anything like that. Very straightforward. We see that a lot for our streets, maybe water line replacement, a lot of that buried infrastructure type project. Back in May of 2018, as we were working to get started on the police facility project, we were looking at different options that would give us more flexibility during design to bring in contractor input, to be able to ensure that there was no chance we would go over the budget, that we would have allowances in place. So we started talking with our peers, and what we brought forward to the city at that time, and it was actually in early 2018, was Charter Ordinance 45 that allows, through the process we're going through tonight, alternative delivery to be found that it's in the public interest and authorize us to use that. And then we brought forward procedures as part of that. And in May of 2018, it really went into effect through that process, Charter Ordinance 45. So what that allows us to do is present to you the reasons why, in the procedures it lists as factors, why this would be advantageous for this project. And so we do have a couple different options for our alternative delivery. The one we have used most often since 2018 is construction manager at risk. Design build is also a common one in the industry. So for construction manager at risk, what that allows is that the city will have a contract with our architect, our designer, and then a separate contract with our construction manager. The construction manager is selected based on qualifications and best value. That includes a cost component, but the procedures do limit any one criteria to 35% or less of the total, weight for that selection. The construction manager at risk allows us to have more collaborative discussions during design, bring in that contractor's expertise, look at constructability reviews, look at alternatives that are available in the market, things that maybe our architect wasn't aware of. More, I guess, accurate, I would use the term accurate cost estimates, because they're in the market. Their companies are out there bidding the work as it's happening, so that's not lagging behind. And then as we can weigh options, give and take to stay within that budget, we're getting that data directly from a contractor. So that's one of the highlights of the construction manager at risk, is bringing that contractor on. Typically try to do that as we are refining, design development as we get into detailed design. So specifically for this project, highlighting that early collaboration, and I had mentioned the constructability and the cost control and a lot of that coordination. One of the reasons for this project is also that coordination with the neighborhood through design, making sure we're weighing their concerns and incorporating all of that, and also having the contractor understand during design those concerns, and it's not a surprise to someone when they would bid a project and then realize that there's this other factor. And so that's a piece of it. The other reason is the risk transfer. So it is called construction manager at risk for a reason. They do lock in at a certain point in design, usually around a 90-95% of design. They're locking in that, and they are at risk for going over. If they've missed something in all the cost estimates that they've put together, then that risk is on them. It's usually put together with allowances for some things that maybe still have to be worked out, or allowances for something they might find buried on the site, that type of thing, to incorporate enough in, basically there's allowances, there's their contractor contingency as well as owner contingency, all built into that guaranteed max price. And it does allow us to move faster. So one thing that we get from this, the city gets, is to lock in some of that, that better pricing. So an example on MSO campus, when we started to see shifts in the economy and the market in certain sectors, we were able to go and get some of those high, long lead time items, high cost items that we were seeing volatility. They were able to go ahead and procure those items early. So you shorten the time frame, which also reduced costs, and you're locking in some of those equipment costs earlier, and some of those material costs. So the technical complexities of this design is one reason that we want to bring them in. There are specialty zones within a fire station design, and I know the architect can speak better to all of the specifics that go into the design related to that. But based on that, HVAC differences between the zones, the need to look at the durability of the materials, the layout, and ensure that the seconds count in a facility here. So the efficiency of getting from one part of the facility to the other, and bringing in a construction manager who has built these facilities can also bring in their background and expertise in what has worked on past projects as well. With using a construction manager at risk, if there are scope changes during construction, if we do run into an issue and we need to change scope, you are, first of all, reducing that early on by bringing them in for the constructability reviews, but also that's where we have those allowances and things on a hard bid, low bid project. That's why we have contingency, but those all turn into change orders. So if you have any of those changes, the contractor's looking at it, and you get started with the project, if they bring an idea to you at that point, whether it's a cost increase or something that may be valuable for your project, but yeah, there is this impact, that's all a change order. And so we don't have that issue with this project or with this delivery method. Mentioned the flexibility of using a construction manager to engage with us during design, with the neighborhood, as we work through some of those concerns specifically with drainage. And as a city, we've had really good experience with our CMAR delivery methods. So mentioned the police facility project, our recently substantially complete Kansas River wastewater plant project that went on for several years, and MSO campus and police facilities. So those are the ones that we have found that they've been efficient. We have gotten a lot of value out of each one of those projects. They've stayed within budget or returned funds at the completion of the project. I'm not going to share any big numbers right now, but we're tracking really good on those projects that are going to be wrapping up this year in terms of where we stand with the budget and what can be returned that's not going to be spent on those projects. And then we do have internal resources to manage this project. We're going to have teams that are familiar with this delivery method. So that's another thing that's really important. There are a variety of delivery methods, but if you pick one that is complex and no one's familiar with it, you're not going to likely have success with it. So I didn't go into all of the details of the alternative delivery procedures, but happy to stand for any questions on that.
Is that the end of the?
It is.
Just checking, making sure.
And
Okay.
I could go to the final slide, but the action that we're requesting is actually on this side, so I'll just leave it here.
On the left. Okay. Questions?
So earlier in the presentation, it was talked about, I've talked to the neighbors that are over on Chimney Drive. So as part of this analysis, say the stormwater comes back and it's flooding, it's ridiculous, all these things are going on. There's that one drain that's sort of to the northwest of, where Station 6 is going to be. Would this project, Station 6, help alleviate that as part of their stormwater thing? Or are we just working on stormwater mitigation of Station 6 and then it'll be like another CIP or something else that we'll have to do specifically for those residents?
So we want to be a good neighbor, and being the city, this project is actually giving us an opportunity to address some of their concerns more so than what the city would require a private developer to do on the same site. So, and again, our stormwater engineer could go into much better detail on this, but basically our design and what we end up constructing there cannot make the situation worse. We're not required by code to make it better and to hold back a lot of water that is currently flowing off the site. However, that's a commitment that we've made through this, and it aligns well with the LEED Gold objectives and everything that this project has kind of set up as what makes this a successful project. We want to resolve those issues and the flooding that they're seeing during those high-intensity storms, which we're finding are coming more and more often. But we do know that we have a history of getting calls every year, at least once, with some major flooding in that neighborhood.
So the CMAR idea, obviously for me, that's a little bit different. The way, could you talk about the RFP process, what that looks like? And is it you're finding somebody in your Rolodex and that's someone you're picking out, or is it?
Absolutely not.
But
Right.
If you could just talk about that for a second.
Sure. So I do know what that is. So it's a competitive process. It's not based on low bid. It's a request for proposals. So the proposal has set criteria. Similar to when we select an engineer or an architect, on that side, we do a qualifications-based selection. There's specific criteria based on experience, who's on the team, how they're going to approach our project, all of that. Same thing with an alternative delivery RFP. Our procedures outline certain criteria, that would be a best practice to include. So we started drafting this. We're actually still finalizing it, hoping that we would be able to advertise here within the next 2 weeks. But the major components we list, there will be a percentage of it that is based on cost. The costs for our CMAR projects have ranged between 10 and that max 35% that's allowed by our procedures to be cost. If you do weigh it more heavily at the 35% based on cost, you are weighting that more heavily than maybe the expertise. And what we have found is kind of the sweet spot is that 15 to 20. So that's probably where we're going to end up being here with our recommendation on how much to weight for the cost. But in the proposal, the cost is a separate sealed document that's not opened until the end, and it's just a mathematical calculation so that doesn't sway anyone's decision when they're weighing the rest of it. What we have used on several projects and what we would propose to use for this is a partial blind evaluation, meaning there's a couple criteria, and the two we really like to highlight is a risk mitigation section. So there's a few pages, a handful or less pages, where they address risks specific to our project, how they would, first they're identifying the risks, so that shows their expertise. Then they talk about an analysis, of what the impacts could be and how they would mitigate those risks. So based on how they would respond to that, we would weight that category. We say it's blind because everything's redacted. Well, they're asked to not put any identifiers in there. They can't mention specific other projects they've done, people on their team, or their company name. So they have to talk about our project in a way that's highlighting their expertise. And then another component we look at, it used to be called our value add, now we call it alternatives and differentiation. So in that section, they can highlight things that they offer, whether that's certain expertise within their team, if they want to talk about, that they've done so many LEED Platinum or LEED Gold projects, they have a sustainability whatever team, if they were kind of wanting to hit on that angle, they could talk about how many facilities like this they've done, so they can highlight this expertise that differentiates them, or they can also call out something that maybe we didn't have identified in the scope, and they're like, this is something, sometimes it's, you need to look at this piece of equipment, or you need to look at this approach, or you need to do this life cycle analysis in this way, whatever it might be. So those are typically weighed 10 to 20%, those components. And then once we have those scores on the blind side, then we get given to us their past project experience and identified the specific team members who worked on specific other projects like ours is what we hope they submit. They will rank higher, right? And then they're showing that the team members they've provided to us have done this experience, not the firm has done this experience, because we're looking for the A team whenever they're proposing, to bring us a superintendent and their pre-con manager who's doing all the cost estimating and that. We want to have the best that they have to offer. So we score that. There's a few other things in there that will, everything will add up to 100. We usually have 30 to 35% for interviews, so we shortlist, factoring in all the scores that were submitted, and then we still don't see that cost component, but there's this mathematical calculation that goes into that. So we shortlist anywhere from, usually it's 2 to 5 or 6, and then we go through an interview process. Sometimes we do even some individual interviews with specific team members. So we may bring in a superintendent, and we have the panel of evaluators, and the superintendent sits down a job interview for 20 minutes, right? And we're asking them specifically about their role and how they deliver and how they look for risks and deliver value and things like that. And then at times we'll also allow them to do a group presentation. But we have found that interviewing them individually will say a lot about who's been put on the team, how well they were involved in putting the proposal together, how well they know our project, and things like that.
So I'm just thinking of the ones I used to do in DC. So from like a management perspective, that's the that's the umbrella. Those are the top people who are like being the PM on the thing to make sure like, hey, this is the Gantt chart, we got to hit X, Y, and Z. But they can still sub out what they need for the building underneath them. So are they they're kind of building a team based on what they need underneath it, not necessarily it's X organization coming in and X people are like the top of it, if that makes sense.
Some of them do self-perform portions of the project. So we saw that with Turner Construction, who did the police facility project, for example. But when they do that, they still have to bid against some other subs. So there is a bidding process because it all, in the end, is open book to the city. But they get out and they get packages, subcontractor packages, and sometimes they compete, and sometimes the winning construction manager doesn't do a lot of self-performing work. theirs is more the management side, and that's where they excel. So it really depends on the project and the teams and how they kind of put that together in the end.
And then just one more question, apologies. And so they're saying, hey, the package of this entire thing is $12 million, and that's like the at-risk thing. So to try to avoid change orders, that's the number, that's what it is. They have to hit it. Sort of just is what it is. Like, if there are change orders, they just have to deal with it?
Right, so they're with us through the design phase and various points in design. They're also going to now come in, so we have the architect who, based on their preliminary design, put together a cost estimate for the entire project. The first thing they'll do is probably look at a 30% design set, the CMAR, and they will check what was already put together. And then if they start seeing like, oh, we might have a problem here, they'll start identifying some things we should look at. Maybe you should consider this change material, or if you're willing to construct it in this way, we can save using precast versus cast in place. And so that's when you start creating that log of options to consider on the project. But yeah, when they get to that 95%, and we lock in a guaranteed max price, and there is allowances for specific things as well as contingency. If there's something they've missed, it comes out of their contingency. If it's something the city decides, oh, you know what, we actually want to add that in, now that we've thought about it, sorry, it's a little late, it comes out of our contingency.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Welcome.
Other questions? Okay, thank you. We'll open it up for public comment on this item. Seeing none, how about online?
No.
Seeing none, bring it back to us. Comments, questions? I guess I would just start by saying I'm a fan of construction manager at risk, not obviously for lots of projects, but when you have a specialty project like a fire station, I mean, I think really even more so than the police station, though there's good reason there too, with some of the safety components, and I know issues with smoke and carcinogens and all those things we're looking out for, having someone involved. But then in particular on this site, with the stormwater issues that we're trying to address, I think having folks early in the process to help figure that out, who's actually going to build it compared to the architects trying to design the stormwater system, I think will be helpful in this case. So I'm going to support this change, and I certainly think it is in the public interest to pursue it in that manner. Other comments, questions, motions?
You may one more question. So do the RFPs go out in the same channels as the other RSPs for the typical bid ones, or
they'll go out through Open Gov procurement. Yeah,
okay.
Through our purchasing division.
Okay. I have been told by many architects, city engineers over the years that CMAR's definitely better than design, bid, build, and fairly good over design, build. I'm really ambivalent about it in this regard. I can support it. If we have people who have too many concerns, I could say no, right? For me personally. Everything comes down to who the primary is. So I think it's very good that you walked through your process of figuring out how we're going to choose a primary. So you guys seem to have a very robust process to screen the primaries. So I can be in favor. We didn't have any public comment. We did have one person come in and was a little concerned about this process. Let's talk about stormwater really, really, really quick. We're going to have the primary also be managing the stormwater as well. We're not going to separate that out.
No, through the construction documents and the design, the architect and the CMAR will coordinate on that design and constructability of that. But yeah, the selected CMAR will manage stormwater installation and management through the stormwater prevention plan throughout construction.
Okay.
for this project and the neighborhood, or both?
This project with the drainage study, that'll assess the impacts on the downstream drainage. So this will be specifically related to this project.
Yeah, and I would just add, this project's going to construct improvements on this site. There is no intent for us to go into the neighborhood. Now, there may be some utility connections of a storm line, but we're not making, physical capital improvements off of site as part of this project.
But if the goal is to make it better than it is today, that means you're capturing water
Correct.
on the site that's currently leaving the site.
Yes.
And so, that's the goal, is to capture water without having to leave the site, which will help the neighbors.
Correct.
Commissioner Devil, you have any comments?
I just appreciated all the input so far. I think we touched on all the items that I thought I wanted to discuss, and also to add on to your stormwater conversation, it is beholden on the landowner and the developer to make sure that there are not stormwater discharges and negative effects on adjoining land use. So, this is beholden on only, any landowner, but the city, of course, being, the person who creates most of these regulations need to follow them. And so I think I'm comfortable moving forward, and I believe that, to do this in this fashion is going to give us the most control over the specialized design of the building, as well as some of the stormwater concerns that have already been brought up.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, motions?
Motion to authorize the city manager to utilize the construction manager at risk CMAR delivery method for LDCFM expansion station number 6. Project FM1 00011, finding it is in the public interest pursuant to Charter Ordinance number 45, and authorize staff to advertise a request for proposal for construction management services.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Napoleon. All those in favor say aye.
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 Passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Brings us to item number 7, which relates to the short-term residential property code and FIFA. And Jeff gets to present this one.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jeff Crick with Planning and Development Services. The item before you this evening is the repeal portion of the World Cup text amendment for basically the short-term rental licensing program itself. The other tandem part of this was on your agenda tonight on the consent agenda that adjusts the short-term rental portion for the land development code. So this would only affect the rental licensing program, and it would just put it back in place as it was prior to the previous text amendment. I don't have a presentation, but I'd be happy to stand for any questions you have related to the item.
Okay, we have questions?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah.
If you put this one there?
I did, yeah. You know me, I just can't help talk. So one question was, so far, how many short-term rental inspections have been done by the city since we passed the ordinance?
As of an hour ago, we had 17 temporary short-term rentals that have got issued at this point in time.
Gotcha. And does that seem low to you?
For temporary short-term rentals, I don't have a good bearing for that, quite honestly. It's never done one of these before, so I don't have a good kind of foundation for that. Right now, we're operating at about 155 normal short-term rentals, which is about the normal rate that you would tend to see kind of at this point in the calendar year.
Gotcha. There was a question I got from somebody, so I'm just going to ask it. And I've heard from a few families in town that are interested in advertising their homes for the World Cup. Is it the recommendation from the city to use services like Airbnb, Vrbo, something like that, to be able to do that once the inspections are done? I take it the city's not providing any ways to publish homes or anything like that during the World Cup.
We do not have a registry or publication for what's listed out there, and we don't really have the ability to advise on what platforms to use because there's numerous of them, and everybody has a different context for that one. So we just always advise people is no matter the platform, is make sure that you are posting your short-term rental license as part of your listing. And also, if you have any questions, you can reach out to our rental licensing team and they can guide you on what's necessary. And I know platforms will vary depending upon what you can and can't post, but I don't know any details specific.
And then my favorite question of the night. The legislature recently passed a bill that would allow for alcohol to be served 23 hours a day. It may be vetoed, and has there been any discussion on what that could possibly look like in town?
To my knowledge, I'm unaware of that. I don't believe it interfaces with the short-term rental portion of it. So that's a little bit outside of my expertise.
Jeff, I can jump in here. Good question. We've been tracking that bill as it was originally submitted to the legislature. And sorry, by we, I mean members of the World Cup Incident Command, especially the public safety folks. So as it was originally submitted, it was actually just would have made the law across Kansas that 23-hour alcohol sales and service and consumption on premises would be the law, and municipalities could opt out. As it was adopted, I guess, it flipped that so that we can opt in, so cities and counties can opt in. So our recommendation is we just take no action. The commission takes no action. The county commission takes no action. And we think we'll have our hands full as it is, especially from a public safety standpoint and those resources. So. And
to double check, we're not being forced into that. We would have to take a motion to say we want alcohol to be served 23 hours a day for that to go forward. Okay.
That's my understanding of the bill as it was adopted.
Just curious, because I did not read that bill. I'm not saying we want to. I'm just asking the question for edification. I mean, if we wanted to not do 23 hours, but we wanted to add an hour, close at 3 instead of 2, can we do that, or is it all or nothing?
I had that same question. It doesn't specifically provide language to that question.
Okay. I was just curious.
So I would assume there's some flexibility there.
Okay.
But
yeah, we haven't had to.
I'm not focused on it. Just don't go looking. Just ask. Okay. Well, I think the question I got from a few people was, is this the repealing part of the, and yes, it is. So, okay. Any other questions, comments, motions? Oh, no, public hearing. Sorry. Public hearing. Anyone want to speak on this item? Anyone? No? How about no, Christine's not coming in. She's saying, okay. How about online?
No, Mayor.
Okay. How about a motion then?
Let's see, where's this one? Motion to approve a text amendment to Chapter 6, Article 13, Division 2, Short-Term Residential Rental Property Code, repealing greater flexibility for short-term rentals during the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and adopt on first reading ordinance number 10195.
Second?
Oh, I'll second it.
Okay. Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Napoleon. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Passes 5-0. Okay, that brings us to commission items. We have commission items, future agenda items, and then we're going to talk about the advisory board appointments. I have a couple commission items that I want to bring up just real quick. One is just a couple things that happened since last time we were here. The Fire Department Awards and the Life Saving Awards was a great event, and thanks for all those life saving awards that we gave out for the people's people we saved. So that was a great event. Also went to the Lawrence Business Magazine event, and they recognized 25 small businesses who added 167 jobs this last year, which I thought was a great event. I won't spend much time on this now, but probably later when we have more time. But just a couple highlights from the National League of Cities conference. A lot of talk about the Union Pacific Railroad merger and how that might affect places like Lawrence that have Union Pacific, and how it might change rail traffic. So something to continue to watch. Mentioned tonight America 250, which is a national program to celebrate 4th of July, and I've talked to Lindsay about that, and they're working on some of those events. I mean, America 250 has kind of a platform that they're asking communities to work on, and so they're going to incorporate some of those. Had lots of great speakers. One of the more interesting ones was the chief of police of Minneapolis to talk about the whole ICE situation there, very interesting. And then a big part, and we'll see this coming back at some point, National League of Cities is asking, communities, all those cities to implement a civility pledge, trying to increase civility and fight, some of the violence that's occurring against elected officials and within communities, and trying to increase civility across the board. So they have an example, and at some point I'll bring that back for at least some consideration of this commission on the civility pledge, which does lead me into a discussion we had a few weeks ago about my proposal or discussion about changing up the order of the agenda to allow some city manager comments and comments like these to be at the beginning of the meeting, leaving commission items at the end. And there was some discussion at that point about bringing some public comment back to the first part of the meeting. And so anyway, if people are interested in that, I would like to work with Sherry and staff and bring forth a proposed agenda that kind of outlines that for discussion here in an upcoming meeting when it's ready, and kind of look to see. I'd like to have at least a thought, if we're going to do it, make a change so it's in place when we get a new city manager, which is my next topic. So we have a little time, but if people are interested in that, I will work with staff to bring that forward.
I support that.
Okay. We'll get a final look at that, and obviously it'll just be a discussion at that point, and we can make some changes.
Yes,
Okay.
I would be interested, most definitely.
Okay. My last commission item is, and for the public, the city manager search, we did close applications yesterday. We have 60 applicants. 60 applicants from 23 states, 9 from Kansas. Texas is actually the largest. We have 10 applicants from Texas, 1 from Alaska, I noticed. But 60 applicants, 23 states. Looks like about 70% male and about, let's see, was a 30%, 40% minority. I mean, so we have a decent cross of different categories, and we'll see all that. But 60 applications. For the public, one of the things on the consent agenda was setting a public meeting on April 14th, executive session, and that's the time we will talk about those applicants for the first time, and we will talk about those in the city commission. We set a second one for May 5th, assuming we need to narrow that down with the plan of doing finalists by the end of May, or towards the end of May, having in-person finalists. But again, all that's subject to review based on April 14th. The goal is to get everyone applications at least a week before that, so we'll get all 60 applications to review, although the consultant will help vet some of those and maybe categorize them, but again, we'll get to review them all, and on the 14th plan to make some decisions at that point in the process. So those are my commission items. Other commission items?
I have a couple. I'm kind of leading that one with your railroad. Had the opportunity to meet with constituents from the Northern Flyer Alliance. So just there's some information coming through the pipeline as it relates to Amtrak, and I know we kind of talked about that discussion. There was conversation about the potential of having the Missouri River Runner be extended to Lawrence during World Cup. Conversations about that fell through. However, there is a coalition that is working to increase coalition, to increase municipal advocacy around it, and actually looking to extend the Missouri River Runner, not just to Lawrence, but also to Topeka. And so sat in on a very, I don't think dense really explains it on the relationship, a regulatory relationship between Amtrak, the FRA, and transportation, and freight, and size, and train sets needed, and crew. But it was a great conversation to have, and that was one piece they talked about. So it was the Missouri River Runner, as well as the, why am I drawing a blank on the other one? The Heartland Flyer. And the Heartland Flyer is actually the piece that's been talked about for a while that connects, that the proposal to connect travel from Oklahoma, from Wichita or Newton. So that piece, I know that they've been talking about that for at least 3 or 4 years. But apparently for the River Runner piece, there is a feasibility study that KU is received the funding to do that. And so the idea is to see if there is opportunity to seek funding for a deeper study to justify the extension for the Missouri River Runner. And so that feasibility study is set to start in August of this year. And so this is just kind of the phase one of what's going to be like a three-phase process. But the reason why I was bringing this up, because this is all relational to the North Lawrence Corridor study and an opportunity for us to kind of build that language into it and be advocates for that. So just wanted to share that piece. Kind of echo the sentiments of the mayor. We kind of were, at multiple events together, from barbecue to celebrating small businesses, but specifically wanted to provide some quick highlights on some of the things that happened in DC with CCC. Loved that the mayor brought up the civility pledge. I had the opportunity to sign it. I don't think I was supposed to, but Clarence didn't say I couldn't, so I did sign it. Because that's kind of been a through line to a lot of the different committees that I sit on, and that for several of the other constituency groups that participate want to talk about the idea of civility, but also about the health and support and safety of local elected officials. I sit on the subcommittee within REAL, which is the Race Equity and Leadership Council. We are seeing where, as it relates to participation in NLC with other municipalities, where there's been a lot of vitriol within the councils and commissions, where communities that are NLC members are seeing where there's adverse legislation that's being proposed on a local level to restrict individuals from going to these events, which it's counterproductive, but it's kind of taking on a political stance, which we're not supposed to see, or we shouldn't see within local government. And so what does that look like? And it's actually been directed more towards, it's been very direct as it relates to different communities, whereas communities specifically looked at local electeds of color, as well as women and those who represent LGBTQ plus communities. So, so that was kind of that communication is ever expanding and evolving, but it is something that's coming up where we're seeing that weaponization of local funds is being used to restrict certain elected officials from attending events. And so that was a through line to that conversation. Additionally, within university committees, which I do serve on that committee, we did have a couple of highlights. Sorry, I'm going to go through my notes here real quick. Just some of the quick highlights from university committees of what we're focusing on this year is on building a stronger relationship with university leadership, as well as identifying collaborative initiatives to address changing resources for employees and infrastructure, and in working with universities to secure private philanthropic funding for addressing community needs. So we are due to have our meeting this month, so I can share more with that. Had a great opportunity to engage with, and I always do, with Carolyn Coleman. For those who don't know, she is from Lawrence. She serves on the California League of Municipalities and is a stalwart within NLC, and always shouts out Lawrence whenever we're at NLC functions. So we do have a local celebrity within NLC that has local roots. With the 21st Century Road Act, that was in regards to our FA committee, which is the Community Economic Development. So we wanted to strongly advocate for the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, which is probably one of the biggest housing policy legislations that Congress has probably ever looked at in a long time, more than 40 years. So right now it's a bit stalled, but there is building momentum for that. And so we're touching base and connecting with members of Congress who sit on those committees to get that to the floor for a final vote, and also advocated for the streamlining of federal grants, because guess what? You have multiple federal grants, and there is no through line to all of those, so it's a duplication of service and work. And so, we know that the federal government's always slow to get things going, and so we're hoping that we can build momentum on this, which there is a lot of consensus with some of the department agencies to do this. And so that was kind of the highlights of the crux of policy work that was done. And then wanted to take time to share a shout out. Met with several city managers while at CCC who just wanted to engage with our process of looking for a new city manager. And there was one particular city manager from Florida who the first day, I wasn't even in the hotel for 20 minutes and was just like, I need to talk to you. And he pulled me aside because he wanted to say, I looked at the prospectus for your city manager, because I share this amongst individuals in my network. And one thing that I look at is the feel of your meetings between fellow electeds, and I look at your finances. And he looked back at our finances for 10 years and paid us a strong compliment. I do have the picture to prove it because I made him talk to the mayor, but talked about how our finances and how we conduct our finances is some of the best that he's seen in communities our size, about the health of our finances and how we've been able to navigate and do projects and build out our infrastructure projects, our debt services, and that the way we have diversified that in the process of which we've done it, and how that looks with our audits, and how that is appetizing not only to bond agency but also to individuals that might that look at the health of the finances of a city, of whether or not they can be, if there's an appetite for applying. And I think that's testament to the 60 applicants that we had. And so I just wanted to share that, because that's someone in Florida that didn't know me, but knew of me within NLC and sought me out to pay that compliment, not to this commission, but to our staff. So I want to say thank you for the work that you all do, and know that you got some fans in Florida.
And to be clear, he's not applying for the job.
No, he's not. He is very happy in Florida.
He wasn't doing it because he was applying.
No, not at all.
Yeah. I forgot one commission item, and I know there's some over here. There's obviously been some discussion about the moratorium in University Place. So I wanted to meet with Jeff and talk about what that might look like and how that might come back to us, if that's okay, and bring it back for discussion at some point. Okay, I'll follow up on that, and we'll get something on the future agenda on that. Okay, other commission items before we get to?
Yep, I can definitely go first. I'll take that moratorium one off. It's funny after 3 weeks how many people you get to actually go visit. And so I definitely have some shout outs and thank yous. So first one for me is I want to thank Chief Lockhart, Sheriff Armbruster, and Chief Mosley from KU. They put on one of the best forums I have ever seen in my entire life this past Saturday. And it was everything that they had told me privately that they said publicly about how we look at policing, what we do, how we work with the federal government, what that looks like with ICE. And it was just so reassuring to be sitting there as a Lawrence citizen, knowing that what they're saying is what they're doing behind the scenes. So I just wanted to thank Chief Lockhart, Sheriff Armbruster, Chief Mosley for that. Also wanted to thank James and Kim at LCS. So this past Friday, I went as part of the intake. So I was over there volunteering, and Kim showed me around, and we got to see how people access the low barrier shelter. We were able to hand out bedrolls to people who were using the shelter. And you could just tell the people who were coming through when the staff at LCS recognized them, asked them how they were doing, just knew their story. The people there just really lit up. So it was just fantastic experience. They said one thing that they would love to have is more volunteers. And so even if you don't want to do something that's a little bit later into the night, they have plenty of opportunities to help out in the morning and in the afternoon too. The third one is I'd like to, and of course she's not here, but I want to thank Lindsay and Mark at Parks and Rec about something that happened at Veterans Park this past week. So there was a group of citizens who got together. They noticed that the students from LHS over there, they didn't really have a place to sit. There was a little bit of graffiti on some of the children's play spaces, and what they did is they reached out to the city and asked, hey, can we have a different solution for this? And so Parks and Rec worked with them. They were able to deliver benches over there, so now the students are able to sit there without doing anything punitive. And that group of people is really, they're doing book clubs, they're working together, they're really promoting that green space over in that area that they love. And so I just love to hear stuff like that. And so I want to thank Lindsay and Mark for that. To kind of go along with what you guys were saying about the civility side of things, I had a note for to bring up the potential norms and agreements that was in the Appendix C from the Raf Tellis presentation. That was from a couple weeks ago. I think it would be good to bring up and have a discussion at a future meeting. And maybe the civility one overrides that, but maybe they can go together.
I'll put those together.
And then the last thing, kind of. The last thing is, it was reported in the paper over the past couple weeks that there is potential issues with some of the books, that $1.8 million, may be missing. I support the forensic audit and what that looks like, simply for the reason that if a new city manager comes into Lawrence, and this is in the paper, and there are questions about the books, that it is the perfect opportunity and time to be able to give that person a thumbs up, that we went through it, we addressed the issues that were brought up, and to have that discussion about, does the commission want to do something like that before the next city manager arrives? That's all I got.
Okay, I'll address what Commissioner Courtney stated, but I've got a few other housekeeping items. Let me say there's a lot of road construction going on right now, and people are confused, et cetera. We have a Friday highlights, road highlights, that tells all the things.
People can sign up for that online.
And people can sign up for that online. So I want to make sure that everyone knows that. But I have specifically asked for a few updates on 4 projects. The 19th Street project from Haskell to Harper. 9th Street Corridor project, I'm interested in knowing about the 8th Street concrete pour. Wakarusa warranty work, if we could just tell people what that's about, and again, I know that you guys are sending out this information, but, and this goes along, Mayor Finkeldye, with what you would like to do as far as reformatting the agenda. Some of these items would be talked about in open meetings so people aren't waiting for us to bring things up. So anyway, and then the 4th one, a lot of conversation about the design for Mass Street with the median. Let's have a little bit of a conversation about that.
So, Sherry, I will mention Nick Hoyt is on, and so the 19th Street that you're referring to, that's our Maple Street project. He'll be able to speak to that, as well as on 19th Street, that's Jayhawk Watershed. So both Maple and Jayhawk, he can speak to those. I believe Dave Cronin, city engineer, was going to be on to speak to Mass Street, because specifically with that being his area of expertise. But on Wakarusa Drive, I can let you know we're in week 2 of 6 of some warranty work. So they're in the outside lanes before moving into the inside lanes, and the last piece of it will be new pavement markings. So we had indicated in a weekly construction update that would be complete by the end of May. We are on target to have that complete by the end of May.
And what's the warranty work specifically?
We just go through and see if there's any issues with, concrete cracking, or if pavement markings were were not durable enough to withstand some of our snow removal and things like that. And so it's part of our construction contract that we do a walkthrough about an 11-month mark. And if there's anything identified, our contractors come back and take care of that.
Okay.
And we have recently switched, when we switched to OpenGov procurement, we also, and so that was in May of last year, we also updated it. So now our projects, as they advertise, they have a maintenance bond. So instead of just the 1-year warranty period, most of our construction CIP projects will have a 2-year maintenance bond. So there's that added, I mean, a lot of times we will get them to come back and do the warranty work because they want to have continued work with the city. But we wanted to have something a little stronger, and so there will be a maintenance bond, and it'll be for 2 years on the majority of projects. There may be some case-specific things where we modify that.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah. So I see both Nick and Dave are on. Dave, would you want to speak to Mass Street and the emails and the responses we sent about that median?
Sure. Yeah, the design plans include a raised median on the north and southbound approach at 19th Street. And the primary purpose of that is for safety with the number of driveways that are within the influence area of that intersection. It's a very busy intersection with a lot of turning movements and conflicts. And so one of the strategies to improve safety that was recommended with the design process was to put in a raised median or a portion of that approach.
And, well, I don't know if you've been seeing any of the feedback going on out in the community via social media. We've also gotten a few emails. Have we been talking to people in the area? I mean, when did we, first let me ask this, when did we add this design for this raised median? Is it?
Sure, yeah, it was first conceptually shown with the signalized intersection back in an open house in 2024. I think it was the third open house. Prior to that, we were looking at, well, should we do a roundabout or a traffic signal? Roundabouts naturally have raised medians too. So the open house before that, we were looking at raised medians with a roundabout. So it's been a feature that's been shown on our plans pretty early in the process. And I think maybe not everyone saw that. We've had a very good turnout with the community engagement that we've done with this project and all the open houses. And I think it came up with the last open house that we had last week, a concern about it. But we've done things similar. 23rd and Haskell is a very good example. When we rebuilt that street a few years ago, the approaches to Haskell on 23rd Street have a raised median, kind of a similar type of deal to really an avenue to improve safety.
Do we have a lot of safety issues there? I mean, I know obviously, like we see it, it could have, but do we have any tracking of accidents?
What do we have? I don't know specifically. I don't have the numbers with me for that specific intersection, but I can tell you Mass Street is on our high injury network for crashes. That corridor from 14th to 23rd Street, 19th Street is one of the busiest segments there. So it's on our high injury network for vehicle crashes and for bicycle and pedestrian vulnerable road user crashes as well. So that was, one of the things that we talked about early on was safety, and we heard a lot about safety and speeding and things and concerns from those that live and work along Mass Street there. And so that played in, the median also helps slow people down, as will the lane reconfiguration.
Do you think we could get some updated info on what's, as far as safety is concerned, where we are with that now?
Yes, I can speak to in the past 10 years, we've had 122 injury crashes from 14th Street to 23rd Street on Mass. So that is the corridor of our project. There's been 122 injury accidents in the last 10 years.
And that that doesn't.
It is, that's
that
what
a lot?
makes it the high injury network. Yes, that is high.
Compared to, yeah, I mean, okay. I mean, any accident, by the way, is horrible. I hope everyone doesn't think, well, that's not bad. We're fine.
But is there a way to get a drawing of what that could potentially look like? Because when I was reading some of those emails and the way people described it, it sounded like there'd be a raised median from 14th all the way to 23rd, which I don't think is what we're talking. If it's more like what's at 23rd and Haskell, like that, I think it would be good to just get an idea of like where the openings are. So because people were like, oh, well, you have to like jump a curb to get to Cottons and stuff like that. And I don't think that's what we're talking about.
It's just right there at the intersection. I don't know if Dave has it handy. There was an image that we had circulated earlier this week by email, but it just extends north and south of 19th Street. It's not the entire corridor.
Okay.
It's not the median.
Okay, yeah, if there was something that, for definitely people who were reaching out and asking questions about it, that we could show what it looks like, I think that could lower some of the temperature.
Yeah, I can share it with you now if you like, but I would say we have a community engagement page that outlines all of the materials that were presented at the different open houses, as well as an overall, a very large comprehensive concept report that was done that includes all the information, the safety statistics, the process that we went through to get different design elements. And also there's a strip map that shows the whole corridor, where stormwater is going in, driveway reconstruction, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to share it right now, but just if you want to shoot us a link, and then we can share that with people who are interested in what that could look like. I think that'd be great. Appreciate it.
Will do.
Well,
Then Nick, was Nick going to talk about 9th and 19th, 9th and?
Maybe Dave could finish up with Wakarusa, and then we'll switch to me.
Okay.
Questions about Wakarusa?
I think Melinda handled that, Nick.
Okay.
I think he needs more time, which is totally fine, Nick. Do you need more time? Because I've got a few issues. You good?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I am sharing a quieter space in my house with a sleeping 4-year-old, so hopefully she stays sleeping. But first I'm going to talk about the Maple project, which is also 19th Street. It's about 90% completed. All the utility work is in. We're finishing some sidewalk and curb on the south side of 19th Street, just west of Harper, kind of between Edgelea and Harper. And then the plan is in the next 2 weeks to start milling off the rest of the asphalt. So it'll be a mill and overlay from Elmira, which is almost to Haskell, just a few feet, maybe a couple hundred feet east of Haskell. So from Elmira to Harper will all be milled and overlaid. So we'll mill that off, see what is underneath the asphalt, and some of that subgrade needs to be replaced. And then put in new asphalt. And then the final step would be to put in 2 speed cushions, one on each side of Maple. The contractor did recently agree to decrease the substantial completion date from end of June to end of May. So the plan would be to have 19th Street open by the end of May with the final completion date later in the summer. So then we'll be doing punch list items and finish up a few things both on 19th Street and down Maple Lane towards the park. So that is a big project. I know it's, in my life, sometimes it's overlooked with some other projects ongoing, but it is almost done. If you have any other specific project questions about that, before I go to Jayhawks.
Yeah, no,
Is
so,
that-
oh, sorry. Yeah, for me, that's my shortcut to get downtown. And so on the north side of 19th, I've seen people driving on the road, and it's not open, right? It's supposed to be, that whole section from, like, the one that goes back to, like, East Lawrence, like the rec center, that's open, but then the part that's being worked on the south side, people shouldn't be driving on that part of the road, right?
I can tell, I live at 25th and Harper, and I can tell you I drive that way all the time to see how things are going. I've talked to the contractor about that. It is officially closed, but they opened it at Harper when they were working on Edgeley and Clare, because that was the only access to the residents. And then they've kind of just left it quasi-open for the last, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 weeks. I believe we're waiting, and by the end of the week, the contractor's supposed to give us a plan for how they do the mill work. But I think the plan's going to be to officially close eastbound 19th Street from Haskell to Harper and do the mill and overlay on that side of the street, and then have westbound open, and that's the only access to all the residents. So kind of this, and I don't know if it's MUTCD, which is like, but you know, it's kind of quasi-open leading to where that westbound lane will be open. I've talked to the contractor about it, like, hey, is that a safety issue? How many cars are you getting through there? Is that causing a problem with like concrete trucks backing up and whatever? And they say it's not. So you might not believe it, but I actually do like having roads open, so I haven't required them to like really.
My wife is a rule follower. If I tell her this, I want her to say it comes right from the man at the top.
Yeah. If too many cars start going through there, they probably will close it. But yeah.
So how much was the original timeline? How many days for substantial completion?
I don't know the days off the top of my head because of the calendar days. The contract construction started, I believe, at the beginning of March last year with the goal of substantial completion the end of June of this year. And then that has been moved up to the end of May. So 31 days removed from the contract out of probably, I don't know, 500 and something maybe.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then 8th Street.
So, the 8th Street from Tennessee going west, the plan is to put in a permeable brick paver system where the water would go down underground. They were thinking they were getting really close to getting ready to install that system, and there was some quality issues with the curb. So the curb kind of isn't just a regular curb, it's a 3-foot deep wall with reinforced concrete that kind of acts like the walls of a bathtub for that system where the water goes down. So starting late last week into this week, they've been removing some of the concrete that wasn't right. And you know, that whole system with the bricks and the rock and the under drain, it's all linked together. So removing the concrete that wasn't right now is going to be much easier than after all the bricks are installed. But I don't know. I know 8th Street's been closed forever. And I don't know exactly how that changes the schedule, but I know Kissick is really chomping at the bit to want to install the bricks on 8th Street, at least from Tennessee to Ohio, and get some more access there on 8th and Ohio. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, what percentage of the concrete that was previously poured needs to be redone?
Oh.
I mean, you're talking 10%, 70%?
I'm just there on 8th Street, somewhere in the 10 to 20% range of just the surface concrete. There wasn't an issue with anything like in the storm sewer that's 20 feet deep.
Okay, do we know what happened? Was it weather related? different process?
There was some areas where it wasn't vibrated properly, so there was a lot of honeycombing on one side. There was also an area where it wasn't installed right, where it should have had a gutter to carry the water, and it wasn't. So all of that rework is not a cost to the city.
Yeah, that would have been my next question. I assumed as much. And then next question, who is doing our inspection when we do road projects? Do we have an inspector out there at all times?
Yes, that is an internal position done by city staff for almost all of our utility and street projects. There's a few projects here and there where they have external inspection group, if it's real specialized HVAC or something. The one thing I would just say specific to Jayhawk Watershed Project is there is one full-time city inspector, and there are 4 or more crews working across a long area. So there's not someone standing at every corner when anyone's doing anything. That is a challenge to
Not Boston.
Yeah, I hear you, Nick. I think, is Rochelle on? Do I have any finance people here?
What?
No, Nick, I think I might be done with you. Don't
Okay.
talk too loud. The 4-year-old will wake
So the
up.
4-year-old doesn't wake up.
You're free to go, Nick. Okay.
Is it related, you mean related to this project?
There's a couple of things. No, it's not related to this project. So I think
Yes, Rochelle is on.
I couldn't imagine that she didn't
Oh, there she is.
hop back on. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, Rochelle, you there?
Myself and yes.
Excellent. First, the RFP for advisory services, I think it ends on April 21st.
That is correct.
Who is on the evaluation committee to evaluate those bids or those responses?
So it is a cross-functional team that encompasses many of the departments that will regularly interface with those services, including planning, MSO, finance, and economic development. I can't leave Susie out.
Okay. How would you guys feel if we asked another finance director, finance expert from another city to sit on, just to get a little more input that's not just from the city? I have done that before. I just don't know how you feel about that. I've brought other people in from other cities to go, hey, help us on this particular RFP, and advisory services are just so incredibly important. I want to make sure that that evaluation is done to the best that we can do it.
I'll hear. I'm not sure I have an opinion. I'm pretty confident that the team members that we've selected are ultimately familiar with our operations and the value and the impact that a financial advisor has on that. We also, on this particular RFP, have the ability with our new OpenGov system to add observers, which will include the entirety of the city manager's office and our city attorney. While they won't be voting members, they have the ability to assist the evaluation team with any questions that we might have about responses or, as it impacts city services.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll just see what comes back.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I still need you, Rochelle. It was indicated with the franchise fee conversation that was in the paper. And we can talk about a few things regarding franchise fees, but it was indicated that the $6.8 million was not franchise fees completely, that there was another portion of it that was not franchise fees, but that's not in the audit. Can we talk about that, please?
That everything is in the audit. What we were trying to communicate is the table in our footnotes was accurate. The 6.8 million does encompass the total activity for that section and that column. And it was the text below the table that contained an error. The text should have delineated 4.224 million was the payment in lieu of taxes transfer, and then there was an additional 2.6 that was transferred for cash funding of capital projects. So everything was in the audit, everything was recorded in those two categories. It was the text description in the footnote that should have been reviewed and updated to break into those two categories.
What I would like to see at bare minimum is a note from the auditor. Can you provide a note from the auditor that states that is official, that's provided to the commission?
I can request one.
Okay. Well, if they push back on that, then we're going to have another conversation.
So one of the things that we have in our tool bag for this, as it relates to some of these footnotes, especially with edits to text, what we can do in our audit that's about to commence is, as management, we can update in this year's audit to reference the prior year audit with the text that should have been correct to allow readers access to that information as well. I mean, in addition to any conversations and confirmations.
Great. That is always good. That's always best practice on that. I appreciate that. So I would expect that you can probably chat with our auditors by next commission meeting to get a feel for how things are going to be handled on that. This is for public trust purposes. RSM.
I will have a conversation.
Great. And when do they get here to do our 2025 audit? The field, well, we've already talked about it a little bit. Are we going to have any field audit time at all, or is everything done digitally?
So the field audit work doesn't reference specifically being on-site or remote. Like, field work still happens. Like, every step that would happen, regardless of whether they were on-site or remote, is still going to happen as part of every audit. And so we, as team, between RSM and the city, then manage that schedule as it works for, say, a specific site of the audit. They wanted to verify inventory. They would come on site to our physical offices and complete that. Or if they needed to look at something that was best suited to review physically, we would do that. But day-to-day operations and communications and meetings, we do facilitate remotely.
Yeah, great. No, I appreciate that. I am always grateful when we can do most things remotely. I appreciate that. I would like to know when they're going to be on site, if and when they're going to be on site. Regardless, I'd like to have a conversation with them, but I can talk to you about that.
Yep, there is, as part of this, we're gearing up this week to kick off the commission. As they do every year, we'll receive a letter addressed to the mayor called the planning letter that will outline large portions of this and set some of those pieces in motion. So that is forthcoming.
Great. I would like to, and this is probably part Ally, but I'm going to throw it out there. We've been going on, and I have a few other things I need to cover. I would like us to consider separating our water and sewer funds. and talk about pros and cons, and then I'd like to move our golf course back to an enterprise fund. I recognize that the golf course has in the past not been self-sufficient, and I think, Rochelle, it was not under your watch. One or two finance directors prior to you moved it from the enterprise fund to the general fund. Again, we don't have to talk about it now, but I'd love to know why we wouldn't make it an enterprise fund. All right? Because it's in the general fund now, and this is clearly should be an enterprise fund. It's user fee based, so. So throwing that out there, then the last thing that I am going to talk about is my interest in getting a forensic audit. And basically, put very high level, I would like first to get a full accounting for all capital projects that exceed, I'll say, $25,000 since 2021 moving forward. So I want what I would like to see is the capital project that was done and what its funding sources are. And that will be the first of what I believe will likely be 2 phases. If we just hired somebody to come in, as I would recommend, and do a complete audit on every capital project, and get so what I'd like are 2 phases. What happened, which is the full accounting financially, what were the costs, what was the project, and how did the sources come through. And then the second phase, I believe, if we have any discomfort with what is found in the first phase, do the second phase of what should have happened. What did we finance for a project? What did we pay for the project? What was the timeline for the project? Were procurement laws followed, etc.? But I don't want to come out and engage somebody for that heavy of a lift if I don't want to waste our taxpayer dollar. So, what I would like to do first, because I don't want us to do something like this without knowing a cost, I will make a motion to, I would like, if the commission is comfortable, to work with the mayor to go out and get some quotes for this work and bring it back for the approval of the commission. And then, Rochelle, if you're still on, I forgot one part. We talk about $1.8 million, beginning balance versus ending balance, et cetera. Do we have any response to that $1.8 million?
So this will be something I share with my budget team members and MSO friends, colleagues. But the 1.8 in reference was actually coming from the budget book, comparing the budget book from year over year and not the annual financial statements. And so I don't know if we have any other team members in there that want to speak to that, but it was a data point entered into the budget book, and that in our financial system from 21 to 22 to 23, our ending balances and beginning balances tie out. Rather, this was a point in time report in the budget book that should have been a different number, whether that was a timing difference or just a miskey. We can dig into that, but it is a budget book report versus an ACFR like rolling fund balance. Does that make sense?
It does. I mean, I've worked that same way, but when you go through the financials, you can't identify it. And part of that is because the way we're grouping things, and they're not separating things out. So our ACFR is not of much help. So again, we need, for public trust purposes, we need to let folks know where that $1.8 million is. As I have stated many times, I do not believe that there's fraud going on. I don't believe that we've got nefarious people spending taxpayer dollars on different things personally, but I do have very big concerns about the overall picture of the money that we have spent and not really having a great picture of it clearly, especially when we start issuing a lot of debt. And as fast as we are doing capital projects and as much money as we have been bringing in temporarily through issuance of temp notes, I don't see how they're, let me say this, my fingers are crossed that we hit it out of the park and we find that everything is brilliant, but I need to know that. So what I would like my motion to be is that the mayor and I work with getting quotes from a third-party auditor or firm, auditing firm, to get 3 different quotes to conduct an audit that lists out every capital project over $25,000 and gives us a list of the project, the cost, and how we funded it from 2021 forward. Bring those quotes and we'll submit for commission approval. Sherry, did you get that? And I can certainly probably tighten that up.
Question. Commissioner Pulliam, when you state capital projects, are you referring to just projects in general, or are you referring to CIP projects, which are projects that are over $100,000?
I'm actually expanding beyond CIP, which is why I quantified the dollar amount. One of the issues we had.
Well, my question was in regards to capital projects. So capital projects are CIP projects, which are projects over $100,000. So are you proposing a RFI or RFP to find a vendor to do a forensic audit on capital CIP projects, or to do a forensic audit, and then at a later time we can discuss what the scope of that would be? Because I'm not comfortable discussing scope. I'm not comfortable taking a vote on this tonight, but I'm definitely not comfortable talking about scope. Not at this time of night. I think this is something that commissioners need to process on, and I think we can revisit it, definitely. I think the timeline's a little short to try to do it before a new city manager. I think there's some conversation that could be had about what that timeline looks like, and that could be something that if a new city manager wants to do as a recommendation to bring in front of the body, I can see that. So I have concerns. I have concerns with a lot of things. I don't disagree about a forensic audit. I've been a part of committees that have done forensic audits. I have concerns with scope, timeline, and rationale. So I do appreciate you bringing this to us. At this time of night, with so many questions I have, I can't agree to move forward on this, because I still need time to talk to staff about this and to wrap my head around it.
Just a follow-up question. When you say I guess that was my question. When you say capital, like, if we buy a truck, do you mean like buying a truck, or are you talking about building project capital?
Anything that, well.
Like if we go buy a truck for $25,000, you want that? Or you're talking about projects where we hire somebody?
Really, I don't want to do equipment at this point.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Right, so let's remove equipment from that.
And if, let's say.
But when we talk about capital, a capital project can be a capital project while not being in CIP. Commissioner Sellers is absolutely correct. Our CIP is for anything over 100,000, but we certainly have other projects that are below 100,000 that would be considered capital.
So that's what I'm asking, that's what I was trying to ask you, like, are you asking about third party? So let's say Parks and Rec spends 25,000 remodeling a bathroom and they do the work themselves, but it costs $25,000. Are you talking that, or are you talking about third party contracts where we contract with a third party to do the project?
We can raise the dollar amount to 50,000, but I want all projects. Really,
That's what I'm
my
asking you the
biggest
question.
concern would be those tied to debt. And Commissioner Sellers does make a very good point. It is after 10:15. This is a pretty big ask, which is why I just simply wanted to kind of get the ball rolling. What we could do is put it on next meeting's agenda to actually have the conversation.
Let me, and I guess, just ask a few other clarifications, and not to go, and I agree, we should talk about it more later. When I've seen different forensics audits, when I've been involved in different forensic audits, it actually sometimes goes the reverse, which is either you pick larger projects or you pick a random sample of projects. You know, you pick
Like
20
just the
projects
post audit.
over 5 years at different amounts, and then you see that first, see what that result comes in at, and then you see if you learn what you learn from that kind of audit, and then you either extrapolate that out, as opposed to starting with every project. I mean, I'm just asking, I've seen different types of forensics audits, so I was...
We can do that. Again, my issue is debt. So I really want to know, I want to know how these projects were funded. Again, what actually happened. And what actually happened should not be difficult. Our staff likely has it, right?
And I guess that's my final question. When you were talking about wanting to know what happened, let's say we build a street. Are you asking, is the audit supposed to figure out, the contract was for this, we spent that, we funded the debt for that, those sorts of numbers? Or is it you want the forensics auditor to get into the fact that we spent $24,000 on rebar, let's look at the receipts for the rebar and figure out how much is that you're not talking about that kind of forensics audit?
No. We would stay higher level than that.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to
What
clear.
did the contract start at?
Yeah, and then what did it end at?
What was the timeline? Was procurement followed? When was it completed? Did we have to exercise, LDs, that sort of thing? We can narrow it down further to where commissioners are more comfortable with it, but I do believe it needs to be done. Again, my biggest concern is what projects got issued debt for, and were they all completed? If we want to take a sample, I'd like a larger sample than normal. We usually try and do like 10% sample.
Exactly.
I might want 15 to 20%, which again, I'm trying to minimize the amount of cost. I want to see if there's anything concerning, and if there is, then we move forward how we see fit. But I don't want to spend taxpayer dollars on something if it's a moot point.
Yeah, which is why I think the sample idea would be something.
I'm good with the sample. I would just like it to be larger than our 10%, our kind of industry standard.
And okay, last thing, Rochelle, I want to go back to your question on the 1.8 million. I understood the answer to be that our financials don't show that we lost $1.8 million. It's the budget book that was printed, that's not our financials, it's a separate budget book that has a mistake in it.
Yeah,
I think it would be best classified. We've previously discussed that our audits and our budget have run concurrently for a large number of years. And in this particular year, the audit was completed later in the year. And so that the number there could have been a point in time number. It could have been a keying error. It's kind of hard to tell at this point. But I can state for certain that pardon me for quoting number, but the $8 million number does not represent the beginning balance per the general ledger in the audit that we do have like continuous, like ending to beginning fund balance.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
So, Rochelle, if we could, as we embark upon a new budget cycle, we typically like to have our audits back by June 30. I don't know what our contract says. I haven't seen any that really allows audits to go beyond June 30. So my expectation would be we would have our financials back by June 30. So we would be able to, if that schedule is followed, be able to provide audited financial numbers for 2024, correct? In the budget.
So our contract does not have it has a goal of June 30. It does not have a requirement of June 30. There are any number of factors outside our control, both from the city team, from the audit team, from our component units, that impact that we are able to exercise GFOA extensions, because we're really shooting for the GFOA deadline. But yes, the goal is to, again, like we did last year, have complete or substantially complete financials as this governing body goes into the budget process to have a basis for 2025.
Okay. Yes, that is why we've usually set the June 30 days, so our electeds can have final audited numbers regardless. And I know that budgeting can be a little different as far as how we're lumping funds together, et cetera. So let's make sure that we are pretty, well, this is kind of an alley thing too, but let's make sure we're defining very clearly where we have gotten the beginning balance from and potentially tie it to an audit of our financials. And if it has to change, we need to communicate that.
Yes, and I believe, we are referencing a book that was created in 2022 for the 2023 year. And obviously, we've continued to evolve and change, incorporate feedback, and make improvements. That's a teamwork effort there, but I believe we've already made a lot of those. And those are points that we'll continue to track as we prepare the next round of documents.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. Going back, how would you like to handle this, Mayor?
I mean,
And Commissioner Sellers and Commissioner Dever. I respect that it's late and we want to have more definition to this, but I'd prefer to jump on it sooner than later.
Commissioner Devo, did you look like you're unmuted though?
Yes, sir. I would just speak to the idea, which I agree with and would be open to. I also believe that we need to limit the scope of any audit we do from a cost perspective, plus the cost to staff, and not only the cost to a third-party auditor, but the cost, of our staff time associated with doing 100% assessment of something, even if at $50,000, we spent.
Nope, do we lose you, Mike?
Lost you, Mike.
It looked like you went back on mute.
Mike, you there? We lost him.
Well, and I certainly respect what he's saying. Again,
Yeah.
we've We don't want to just throw a whole bunch of money at something
Yeah.
if part of it's going to be moot. And I am very cognizant of that.
Yep.
So,
Let's work on that and bring something back for discussion.
okay, why don't we do that?
Okay. Mike, if you're still there, we can't hear you. If he jumps back in, we'll jump back in when you do. Okay, any other commission items?
I think
We've got two other on the commission. We've got the future agenda item. Any comments on future agenda? Okay. Okay, and then, consider approving city advisory board appointments. We moved this from the consent agenda to the commission items for discussion. I do want to say a couple things on the planning commission one, which is the one I think we got some information on. I have talked to Jane Eldridge. We got some comments about that. I have talked to Jane Eldridge. She did apply for reappointment, but I talked to her today, and she said to me that, she is a blessing in disguise. She has some things going on that she is happy not to be proceeding forward, even though she had applied for it and would have accepted it. But she has no hard feelings about that and is ready to move on with other things in her personal life. And so we had obviously at least three applications for the Planning Commission and ended up being on there. But I know Commissioner Stellers, you pulled this. I think you were the one who pulled it over. If you have a
No, I think, I pulled it for multiple reasons. I think, one, it gives an opportunity for us to give a refresher. I think the term we say for public consumption, to help folks understand or at least revisit the process for boards and commissions and what that looks like as far as commissioners having the opportunity to present and review any application that comes in and puts forth a nomination based on what we get from the vacancy report. And so I know that it hasn't happened many times, but it has happened a couple of times since we revised that, I want to say in 2023, maybe it was even 2024, where there may have been multiple nominations for particular vacancies, and that was we removed it from the consent and had those discussions. And I know that conversation has been had about reappointments, and that reappointments don't necessarily mean automatic, if someone is up for reappointment, that it doesn't mean that that is an automatic. But just wanted to be able to share with community that, while this is a duty of the mayor, this is a responsibility of all commissioners, and we provided that language for that. That was something that I had advocated for, simply because we had situations where mayors have circumvented the process, and it created a uncomfortable space, especially around individuals who had a desire and a willingness to serve on a board, but did not get that opportunity because of either lack of engagement with commissioners on that or even with the mayor. And so just wanted to be able to have space to talk about that, but to also know that this is a commitment to all of us, and that if we get these reports every week, Sherry, or almost every other week.
Every week.
We get the vacancy report, so it's on the onus is on us to do the work. And I know some commissioners do it more than others. That's not calling anybody out, just saying what it is. But that this is not something that the buck stops with the mayor. This is everyone on the board on the dais is able to participate in that, and I think sometimes that gets lost or folks are not aware of that process. So that's one of the reasons for wanting to pull that off and have discussion on that.
I wouldn't make note of that, because a couple of comments I got today thought that only the mayor could make nominations, which we changed 2 years ago. That it's not only the mayor makes nominations, anyone can make nominations, and do make nominations, which is fine. We did that in anticipation of possibly having a directly elected mayor and the concern that someone would have appointments for 4 years, so we made that change. It maybe could be worth a discussion about whether or not we want to go back to having just the mayor nominate, but we changed that, so now all 5 can nominate. Second thing I would say is, for the public watching, there's a place right on the city website for advisory committees. You go click on there and you can apply for any advisory board at any time. It also, you can go to each board and see what positions are open. When we changed our form of government, changed the committees, most of our committees, Planning Commission is different, and some of the other committees are different. Most of our committees turn over on September 1st. And so I'd say 80% of our committees turn over on September 1st. So we'll have a lot of openings on September 1st. So if people are interested on most of our boards, this is a good time to start applying here in the next month or two, because we'll be making those, could be making those appointments. There are some like Planning Commission and, LMH and Burt Nash, and ones that we we share with other entities, and those have different dates. But anyone that's solely ours is a September 1st date. So, and there's several committees right now that have openings. So we would love to have people apply for those positions. So please come out and do that. But
yeah, and so Commissioner Sells, it's actually a really good point. So I actually don't really know how how it works. And so I did have a couple questions about what this process looks like. I know, Mayor, you've asked me to find people, and I need to be better about that. That's totally on me. But so one, does everyone have to fill out an application, or can someone be recruited by a city commissioner? Like, what does that process look like?
Well, to be appointed, you have to fill out an application.
Okay.
It's sometimes true that someone, says to me, hey, I want to be on the Human Rights Commission, and I talk to them and I say, well, go ahead and apply. I'd be interested in appointing you, and they apply, and then I appoint them. Sometimes you kind of recruit them in advance, but to be appointed through Sherry, right, they have to have the iCompass. They have to have an application in iCompass. We don't appoint anyone without that.
Mayor, can I just respond to that a little bit? The reason that is there are questions on there that helps us determine if someone is eligible to be on a board. Even if a board doesn't have specific requirements, they all have a requirement that you either live or work in the city. You can make exceptions to that, but that's just the type of information we need, that you all need to know to ascertain if somebody is eligible, or if you want to make an exception to put them on the board.
And then I think the other...
You would all be voting on that, so...
And then the other part of that is if I'm going to nominate someone, we want that information about that person to be out to everybody before they're nominated, so everyone can see that. So when they're going to vote on the agenda item, you can read something about them and contact them if you want.
And so should we all be getting all of the applications of people who applied? Does that should come to our email, or is it just in the reports that happen each week in the agenda?
I can respond to that.
Okay, good.
Mayor.
Sorry.
You all should be. We also shared like a link to the list. So the mayor shared an email with me that showed that some of you didn't look like you were on those applications. So we've reached out to iCompass to see if there's a glitch, but we've made sure we've updated that. But what I can do is send you a link to that list that then takes you directly to all the applications as well. And what I'll reshare, what I shared early on when both of you received a lot of information from us, that outlines how to access those, and then some, I wouldn't say they're rules or a process, but when this board, it's a process that the board outlined when they were initially having to appoint a lot of folks to all these new boards, that just sort of outlines, we highlight those people that are eligible for reappointment on there, so you know that somebody is eligible, but you don't necessarily have to. I'll resend all that information to you all, and I'll also send the advisory board resolution has that specific section on appointments that's helpful as well.
And when you're on iCompass, you can sort by like
can sort by-
everyone who, by Parks and Rec Board. So you can see everyone who's applied in the last 3 years, 2 years, 3 years on, for that position.
Okay.
And you can do that for each one when you log into iCompass.
Okay.
I have screenshots and a list, and again, I'll reshare all of that information, just so everybody's
Okay, thank you.
we're sure that everybody's on the same page.
Thank you. I certainly would appreciate it. I have,
Yeah, I mean, I think the only
Forgotten
time I
some
use
things.
iCompass is when I click the links. So,
Well, we have a lot of appointments coming up, so keep going.
Mayor, I have to interrupt you, and you know I don't want to, so
Mhm.
Officer Amram,
Yeah.
this is not a place that you normally vote on things. So
Yeah.
if you are going to vote on this, I'm going to make a ruckus, and if you're not, tell us where you're going to put it next week.
Okay, thank you for that. We have done appointments on the commission items. We did that with Jim Carpenter when we moved it to commission items and did that a couple years ago when we did that. But
We also did that on all the initial appointments, when you all had different ones that you were nominating.
That being
yeah, we
said,
did that all.
Mayor, again, I want to apologize and be as deferential as I can. This is not a public comment item, where you've put it, which means you've actually taken it out of the accountability of the public. And again, I object. And I think it would be great if you would just put it on maybe next week's.
If we put it back on, we'd probably put it on the consent agenda, and then we'd have to decide if we're going to pull it, because that's where we put those items.
That was all y'all's choice when you voted to make that pullable by commissioners.
Okay.
Again,
Well, I'll ask, I appreciate it, thank you. I'll ask the folks here if we want to make a motion on this, we want to put it on for next week. And I'm happy to move it back to consent agenda next week, I don't care.
I mean, I'm happy to move it back to consent agenda if that's usually where they go in order to make things more uniform.
Okay.
I could be
Sounds good.
persuaded the other way, too.
That's fine, let's do it, it's late enough anyway. Okay, we'll move it back to consent
So you
agenda
want
next
to
week.
defer this item to next week?
Yep, we'll do that. Okay, any other commission items?
But was there 3 people who wanted to do that? 'Cause I
Oh.
only heard 2.
2. One more person wants to move it to consent?
yeah, that's fine.
3. 3, move it to consent.
Thank you.
I'm fine to vote on it too,
Yeah.
but
That's fine.
I think I'm good with consent.
Okay. Okay, city manager's report.
Mayor, these are 2 items, relatively new items, just providing more financial and up-to-date information on our financials. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions? No, I don't have any questions. I'll ask you later. Okay, any other questions on this? If not, this is a public hearing item. Any member of the public like to speak on the city manager's report? How about online?
Yes.
Okay. You want to speak on the whole, 1 second, we just pulled someone over.
I have-
It's the city manager's report, we'll have public comment in just a second.
I haven't moved him yet, so. is
Oh,
this-
okay, go ahead. Is this on,
Well, I don't know if this is appropriate time or not, so if it's not, just tell me. I wanted to talk about the moratorium for University Place,
okay,
since action wasn't taken.
1 second. We
Okay.
have- It's coming up next.
Okay.
We'll have open public comment in a minute. This is city manager's report, so hold that thought. And so did someone online have a city manager? Is Patrick going to do open public comment?
Patrick?
Patrick, you want open public comment, or you want to comment on the city manager's report?
Am I able to comment on the agenda items or no?
No, but we'll do open public comment in a second. City manager is just the 2 items, real quick.
Okay.
Hold 1 second, we'll get to you.
I'm cold.
We'll leave you there. You're cold. Okay. say we'll close city manager's report. Any issues on the calendar? Questions on the calendar? Okay. Once I get open public comment, the public is